Here we go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to round 8 of the 2024 Chess Olympiad. I'm Ilya, I'll be your commentator today, and I hope everyone is prepared and well equipped to see the Kings of the Hill, both Indian teams in open and women's sections, getting themselves equipped with armor and shield and beginning their glorious defense against all of the other teams that are going to be trying to take them down. Just to remind you guys, why am I saying that? Here are the standings for the open section. The women's section looks approximately the same, I would say, with India sitting nice and strong on 100% score. The only team in both sections holding 14 points as of right now. And with 4 more rounds to go, it's gonna be quite a doozy for Indian teams to hold this advantage. But you know, people such as really strong players such as Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura has, or have, since I'm using the plural, have profited that India will successfully win both of the events. No problem. Oh, we'll see about that. And with that, we shall be starting to get some players assembled at their boards. Doesn't seem to be the case yet. I guess there's about 5 more minutes to go. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to see how India manages to hold their position. It's not easy, you know. I would say that my experience playing team events is not great. Although I did play a good share of them since I was a member of Webster University chess team, and we played at least two team events a year: Pan American, Intercollegiate, and Final Four. And well, I should probably also point out that those events were 6-round events as opposed to Olympiad that has 11 matches that have to be played. But you know, by the end of the event, the pressure is just so severe that you know even the toughest of players sometimes crack, being unable to handle it. So that is now another challenge for the Indian teams, especially since both Indian teams in women's and open sections have already faced the top 3 teams as far as I know, and they are now going to be playing teams that are a little bit lower, and yet it may be as difficult, if not more difficult than before. Any predictions for today? Let's take a look. Who do we have here? So looking at the board pairings right now, we have Iran versus India on board 1, Hungary team A versus Armenia on board 2, Serbia versus Uzbekistan on board 3. So Serbian team has been doing exceptionally well. It's going to be an interesting match, that's for sure. And obviously Uzbekistan team has pulled up some weight, and they are now sharing 3rd place with a bunch of other teams. On board 4 in the open section, there is Team USA versus France. Go Fabi. My prediction is that Team USA will probably be winning this match, although you know you can never count out strong grandmasters like they have on the French team. And then finally, I see Chinese team playing Romania on board 5. Although yeah, okay, I should probably go a bit further, because on board 6 there is Vietnam versus Norway, with a good friend of mine, Lim Lequang, facing off against Magnus Carlsen. Okay, that's going to be an interesting match. I wish Vietnamese team all the best. They are, once again, pretty big rating underdogs. Also with Lim pulling off some serious weight, and Vietnamese board 2 showing off great performance as well. You know, anything is possible if the top 2 boards do well, and I hope they do. then we might see yet another upset by the Vietnamese team. And in the women's section, we have, let's see, India against Poland. Okay, that's a pretty interesting match. Poland has Alina Kashlinskaya, who I believe has been playing exceptionally well. Yeah, she's made 4 draws and has 2 victories. As far as I know, Alina managed to win 2 pretty critical games. Well, at least one against Team Ukraine in the previous round. And so she's been a very solid board 1 for the Polish women's team, with her teammates scoring as they should. Although I see board 2 has similar performance. Board 3 has 3 points out of 4, so they seem to all have an average score of +2, with the board 4 scoring +4, having scored 4 wins and 2 draws. Very solid. Have they let's see, have they lost them? I don't think they've. Okay, yeah, so the Polish team hasn't lost a match in the women's section. They have made 2 match ties, but haven't lost a singular match, which is very formidable. And so, I wish them best. Let's see if they are the ones who will finally bring India down, but you never know. And the team, board 2 in the women's section, we have Hungary versus Ukraine. Obviously, myself being Ukrainian, I would definitely say that I'm rooting for the Ukrainian team here. But, Hungarians also have quite a few strong players with some of the names that I don't really recognize, especially Hungarian board number 2. I don't think I've ever seen her before. And wow, that board, so Thang Trang Huang on Hungarian board number 2 has so far scored, oh my god, she scored 5.5 out of 6. She's completely destroying the second board in the women's section. Have you guys seen that? She has a performance of 2564, which is over 200 points higher than her rating. Fantastic. So that's dangerous. Watch out. Board 3, we have Kazakhstan versus France. I know Bibisara Asuyubayeva has been showing steady improvement. So her being very young and talented, she is probably gonna do well in this match also. She has seen a very solid performance of +1, having lost precisely 0 games. And I want to remind you guys that in these team events, it is of utmost importance to not lose games, as if any board loses quickly, puts insane strain on your other teammates. So it's important to be playing for 2 results, as they say. Either you try to win, or or you guarantee a draw and let your teammates do the work if you feel like something has gone wrong. But Ilya has been crushing it. Lichess gave him big props in the article about the downtime. Oh well, okay. I wouldn't necessarily say they've been crushing it. Big thanks to the Lichess team for actually making it possible for me to commentate on that day. They've done an amazing work making the games available to me. And we all of us did what we could, and it was really unfortunate. Sometimes things just are out of your control, but how you respond to it and how you adapt is what's gonna decide the end result most of the time. And I'm pretty sure they've done a fantastic job responding to the issue. Ilya's good friend Liem is playing against your good friend Magnus today. Okay, well, yeah, let's see whose friend is better. The ultimate showdown. The battle of the friends. That reminds me of some animus, because in anime, the power of friendship oftentimes is greater than common sense. So let's see. Let's see whose friend prevails today. Going to be a fun day. Thanks for being here. Always my pleasure. I'm happy to be here today. This is great. This is a great exercise for me as well, because I'm getting to see a lot of interesting games, getting to learn a lot of interesting ideas, seeing ways of playing I've never seen before. It's this is a prime event to learn from. It doesn't matter your strengths, even if you're a complete novice, I would say that there's gonna be something for everyone. You wanna hear a chess poem? You guys are trying to make me into a pod. That's not a good idea. Norway wins. That's a more likely outcome based on the ratings alone. But if you if you take a look at the event's performance of both teams so far, I would say that Vietnam has had a much better performance than Norway, because Vietnam has been playing on top boards pretty much the whole event, while Norway was wasn't too far off the top boards, but wasn't really up there most of the time. It seems like every time you see Lim play chess, he outperforms his rating massively. So why isn't his rating higher? Well, probably because he doesn't play as much. He probably just simply doesn't get a chance to play more, even though he puts an insane amount of work into his own chess and he has amazing work ethics. I'm talking from experience, because he also used to be a team captain for the Webster University's Spice chess team, and he was playing board one, and he was scoring, showing amazing results and being a great captain. He's always an amazing person to be around, always ready to help. He's just fantastic, and people like him, they deserve the success, and I'm pretty sure he's getting what he deserves right now, as as he's showing amazing performance, amazing chess. And I hope it continues for him with today's game against Magnus. So let's see if Lim can take Magnus down. You never know how it goes. Iran will have a tough time upsetting India unless Parham wins his board. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Once again, players are very close, but everyone. I feel like everyone kind of expects expects India to win this match also, because they've been playing so well, and when you do so well, you're kind of expected to continue showing great performance, and sometimes that's what happens, but it's hard to maintain such a high level of play throughout the entire event. I don't think anyone would have a physical prowess to do that. I feel like all of us would, even if we were and an exact copy of Magnus at his prime, we would still suffer some level of fatigue at any point of the event, and our level would drop. But yeah, as we're talking about this, the games have officially started. I have my eyes on board number 5. I think we should probably move over to top boards to see what's happening in the beginning for now. And obviously it's just a couple of moves being played. It's hard to say what are the opening lines we're gonna see, but this is just a Queen's Gambit declined, where Black refuses to accept the extra pawn that White is so nicely trying to sacrifice. And a couple of different ways for White to play this. I've tried pretty much every move available here. I myself played Knight F3, G3, which is kind of, both of these moves are kind of trying to transpose into Catalan-like structures. I've also played Knight C3, which is a more typical route that White usually takes here against Queen's Gambit declined. I've also tried taking on D5, but I feel like overall it's probably a bit premature to do that. Other moves are not as common, but you can still play something like Bishop of 4, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be okay, even though it kind of goes against a general rule of having to defend knights before bishops. So you don't see it very often. Okay, so here we see just a normal knight c3. I guess we're gonna probably end up seeing knight f6 or bishop b4, but no, we see Tarrasch. We see c5. Very interesting choice by Gukesh. So here, if c takes d5, which is something that white plays the most, black can actually go ahead and take on d4 here. And I was okay, so c takes d5, and black very quickly responded with e takes d5, although I want to point out that c takes d4 can lead to some fun stuff, as there is queen a4, and now black has a very unusual response b5, which is an engine supported way of playing, and supposedly, despite the fact that white actually wins most of the games here, I had a game here myself playing this as white. Oh, my apologies. And my opponent was very well prepared and I wasn't, so I I ended up getting myself in trouble. So the idea is that yeah, you're wasting a lot of time picking up this pawn, because after knight b5, bishop d7, now a6 is a really big threat. So your knight is very unhappy here. And if you play something like d6, black can go ahead and take on b5, trade here, go knight d7, and then d6 will fall eventually, and your pieces are, as white, your pieces are kind of stuck, having to develop still. So, fun stuff like this, but no need to go for complications. At this point, India should probably just kind of take it a little bit easy, and I'm assuming India is going to try to be solid. And it looks like Parham wasn't quite expecting the Tarrasch, as he's thinking he has a couple of options, but yeah, knight f3 is just you can in most positions as white, you can just close your eyes, play knight f3, and it's gonna be one of the correct things to do. Now this is where choice comes in. You can play classical Tarrasch with g3, or you can try to go for the bishop getting developed over to d3 with bishop g5 e3. Both are okay, and well, actually, I'm looking at top games here, and Magnus Magnus really likes playing Tarrasch, as he has the top games were all Magnus's games where he won every single one of them. So as black, obviously. So yeah, Tarrasch looking strong, especially in Magnus's hands here. But let's see how these players do in this opening. Moving along to board number 2, this is just one of the main lines, or one of the old main lines of Catalan. Have played it myself a whole bunch of times as white mostly. But yeah, the idea here, okay, so yeah, once again, here we can potentially see this line being played. I think this line has become popular a couple of years back. And the idea is that black could be giving up an exchange like this, but because of how strong the black's development is going to be, and black has these two pawns connected pretty well. If white captures on c4, it's actually not great, because bishop a6 comes in, hitting the e2, and white actually might be getting himself in trouble. By the way, I think I forgot to change my engine settings, so now we should be able to see the eval bar. As you guys can tell, it's not good news for black. Black is close to winning, and I guess this bishop also might be having a hard time coming out if c6 ever comes through. Let me pause for a second and look at the chats. India cooks and leaves, no scrums. Honestly, I can't disagree. Yeah, you're right. India is cooking quite well this event. They know something. There was Maksudlu Nakamura game at Grand Swiss last year in the same opening. Yeah, so I guess, yeah, obviously, I'm sure Maksudlu have had his share of playing against against Tarrasch, so he that shouldn't really phase him, but he may not have been ready to face Tarrasch in this game in particular, so now it might take him some time to remember what kind of prep he has there. What do I think about Arjun playing knight d7? Well, we are yet to get to that game. Let's see. So far, once again, nothing unusual. We have King's Indian / ready set up by white. Arjun Erigaisi goes for pretty common e6, making sure the center is nice and strong. C4, D4. Okay, so once again, nothing out of ordinary. This position could have potentially transported into some kind of Tarrasch had black not played D4, because quite literally we would have, you know, Tarrasch was white flanking the bishop to G2, but I guess this wasn't part of Erigaisi's plan here as he goes D4, D3, knight C6, E3, knight D7. Okay, so knight D7 is a relatively new move, as it was only played once between two grandmasters back in 2021. Loic won Valley against Paycott. Not sure what his name is, but yeah, Loic won Valley actually managed to win this game as black, and yeah, the move seems okay. I think knight wants to go to D7, as if white captures on D4, this is basically a reverse Benoni. By the way, this position has appeared before, so I guess we're gonna probably just see a transposition. Knight A3, E5, and okay, so not anymore though, right? Because if white doesn't take on D4 immediately, forcing black to take back with a C pawn, and now once again we have a reverse Benoni situation. This structure is the kind of position that black would be getting usually against white's D4 if black were trying to play Benoni, but now it's white having this structure, and white's usual place will be mostly on the queen side, where white is going to try to play A3, B4, but usually they prepare it even further by moving the knight over to C2. So with the knight's help, it's going to be hitting the D4 from C2 and also helping white play A3, B4 at the same time. So this could have happened, but now what ends up happening is that if e takes D4 comes through, black no longer has to take with a C pawn, right? Black can also take with an E pawn. No, they can't. Okay, why can they not? Or maybe it's because some stuff like this comes through. Because in my mind it would make a lot of sense to keep the pawn structure symmetry. Also, yeah, once again, knight b5 comes through, and then bishop f4 comes in very, very fast. Black does not have enough time to kick the knight out, as after rook e1 check, bishop e7, there is now knight d6 check, because the bishop is currently pinned. So this ensures that black loses the ability to castle, and obviously with the king being on f8, the rook is now completely stuck. So yeah, black's position is yeah, I would call it inferior. Some people would call it lost, but you know, it would still take some effort for white to win here. Also, it's clear that white is now in the commanding lead. So after e5, I guess if white does take on d4, we will see the capture with a c pawn, after which white is most definitely going to play knight c2, and white is going to be trying for this play here on the queen side. Black needs to finish developing, so I guess something like bishop d6 is common, although the bishop would usually be better on e7, so probably bishop e7 is more likely. I wonder if there's b4 now. So maybe I'm just missing out, because once again, white is playing Benoni with an extra tempo, since white is the one starting the game, so they get to get an extra move getting into the same structure. So now white potentially has enough time to play b4, as after knight takes b4, knight takes, bishop takes, white has this move knight takes e5, using the fact that black is still not castled. So after black takes on e5, queen a4 check, white will be winning their missing piece back. And I think all in all, this is not really all that great of news for black. So after queen b4, although maybe it's not too bad, because there is something like queen e7. And if black manages to trade queens here, this should be, in general, this should be fine. Also, I would still prefer white, because white has an easy target, the d4 pawn. Also, white has some cool ways to play this, something like this, and then because white would like to control both open files, to make sure that black can't fight back on the b file, white would play something like bishop f4 followed by rook b1, and with some potential invades via the b file. Nothing too crazy, right? But white is definitely going to be the one applying pressure, and I'm not sure if that's what Erigaisi is looking forward to. So probably he's gonna try to stop before in its route by playing a5, and we're just gonna get to see the reverse Benoni here. Reverse Benoni, yeah. It's fairly common for white to play openings in reverse, because if you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. Certain openings that black plays actually doesn't work out, or doesn't work out as well, because white just starts first and white gets to apply a lot of pressure. But if white plays an opening in reverse that black would usually play, white gets to make an extra move, right, in that said opening. So certain opening lines that don't usually work well for black may now work out for white because of this extra move. So it makes a lot of sense. I hope it does to you guys as well. Hello, John Chernov. What's up? All right, so we see something unusual. First unusual move of the day, knight to h4. No games have been tried in this line. The idea is more than understandable. Knight can sometimes come to f5. Idea number two, a bit less understandable, but still possible. Trying to play f4 and trying to break the center. I would say that we are probably a bit less likely to see f4 being tried by white, but knight f5 is definitely there. I wonder if black can just kind of ignore everything and do his own thing with g6. But now as black plays g6, black's development gets a little bit more complicated, because with g6 you may think that, oh well, now let's just go ahead and fianchetto. But once you try fianchetto and white is going to play knight b5 and use the fact that your bishop is no longer taking care of the d6, which doesn't seem to be, once again, doesn't seem to be phasing the engine all that much, because yes, white can get the knight to d6, yes, white can get the bishop pair advantage, and somehow, you know, once again, the engine is still unfazed, although I would, this would be about time I would start preferring white's position, since I know that bishop pair is usually a pretty big advantage in here, with white having their bishop already fianchettoed and positioned on a long diagonal, and combined with the fact that black will no longer have access to the light squared bishop, makes me believe that, you know, white's bishop on g2 will be the piece to decide the game eventually, but, you know, there's some other problems in white's position. I guess the fact that there's a lot of pawn chains, you know, the bishop is cool and all, but what is white gonna do next? And you know, black doesn't really have that many weaknesses, so I guess those things combined mean that black is okay, but I would still prefer white. So knight h4 is very interesting. Bardia Daneshwar spent about 10 minutes of his time to come up with this move, which once again makes me believe that he didn't exactly have this prepared. Maybe it was just you know, kind of move that he thought would make a lot of sense for white to play here, and I would say he's not wrong. It makes sense for sure, and definitely makes Arjun Erigaisi think, because, you know, when your opponent is just blitzing out moves in the opening and never gets into time trouble, like you lose some potential for pressure, especially when you're playing as white. So yeah, in this event, Arjun Erigaisi is just, he's not only playing amazing chess, but he's also exceptionally well prepared for all of his games. So his opponents, you know, suffer the consequences of having to overspend time in the opening and middle game phases, while Arjun Erigaisi, you know, most of the time he's had games where he was able to get into a certain point of the game without much time investment, likely thankfully to his superb opening prep. And so while Arjun Erigaisi is thinking, let's actually go ahead and take a look at Witted's game, where we see Sicilian. Once again, very happy to see Sicilian has been played at any time of the day. If I see a Sicilian, I'm happy, I'm smiling, because I know action is coming. So here, both players have spent a little bit of time on their clock, but nothing too crazy has happened yet. This position has been played quite a few times. between grandmasters, between international masters, was one of the most recent games being played back in 2022 between Predke and Serrano. By the way, Serrano is also in this event representing Slovakia. Let me see if I got that right. Did I? Serbia, right? No. I think I was right originally. Let's see. No, Serbia. Okay, yeah, Serbia, not Slovakia, Serbia. Gotcha. Oh, hey, Andrew, what's up? Arjun is currently world number 4. Yeah, well, just demonic performance. You just can't fight Arjun Erigaisi in this event. You gotta wait it out, wait out the storm, and then come back and try again some other time. That's what I feel most people should do. They should just try to make sure he just can't win. Everyone should just, like power of friendship. Everyone just comes together and fights Arjun Erigaisi. The whole tournament just comes in, joins the forces, and eventually they will survive. They will make a draw against Arjun. That's what they should do. India boasting 5 players top 21. Yes, exactly. Yeah, a very good point made by Andrew. Indian team in the open section has 5 players who are all in the top 21 best players in the world, which is just absolutely insane that came to pass. It is what it is. It's just, I guess it just worked out so nicely, and most of the Indian players have seen massive success over this last year and over a couple of years back. So we are slowly getting to see a chess scene being dominated by India, but that's to be expected, especially with how many stronger grandmasters are coming out of the Indian chess school. You're guessing bishop e6, knight d4, bishop e7? Yeah, I'm afraid this is not a sufficient enough compensation for the piece. Like, you got 2 pawns. Yeah, you made my king lose the castling, right? But what's the follow-up? If you don't have pieces, I don't have enough pieces near my king. And I will castle by hand, right? I will hide the king eventually. Such sacrifices usually don't work very well in the beginning. Eventually, as white gets to develop more pieces and as white gets to push the pawns up a little bit more, then we'll talk, But as of right now, bishop takes c6, I'm afraid, is not, or mostly will likely never gonna work. So this sacrifice needs to be prepared by white. Vietnam, please. Yes, sir. Vietnam it is. Let's take a look. Board number 1. Lim Wang versus Magnus Carlsen. So we have a pretty common. Okay, so it started as Queen's Gambit declined, transposed into Semislav, where Lim goes for the Botvinnik variation, right? So Bishop G5 is Botvinnik variation, which can become quite sharp, and I'm pretty sure that we're gonna see Magnus refusing to go into the complications, as d takes c4 is known to be the main line, after which crazy stuff happens. It's just absolutely insane. So this is the main line, where white ends up essentially having an extra pawn for the time being. I guess either taking on f6 immediately or playing g3 first is what I see white usually does. I'm more used to white taking on f6 here and then playing g3, because I think in the end of the day, actually it does matter a little bit, right? Because with this move order, black can play c5, but if they don't want to, they'll play queen b6, allowing bishop g2, and yeah, once again, this position is crazy. As we're gonna see, we're gonna end up seeing opposite side castling, with white trying to attack on the queen side and black trying to play in the center and on the king side. So the engines have like millions of lines here that all lead into some kind of crazy draw, and I myself tried this as white a couple of times, and the opponents I chose to try this Botvinnik line against, unfortunately for me, were extremely well prepared, and both times my surprise attempts failed miserably, as I believe I drew both games, which at that point of time wasn't even a bad result, because you know I eventually when you lose the track of thought, you know, I understood what I needed to do. I knew that I'm supposed to be trying to checkmate my opponent, but without a prior knowledge supplemented by the engine analysis, it's very tough to come up with a proper way of attacking here as white. So and even then, even if you do it properly, it still only leads to a draw in a vast majority of the cases. So that's you know, it doesn't mean that white cannot come up with some kind of surprise, some kind of sideline, and black will face the same issues, right? Black will need to defend close to perfectly, and it's really hard to do so. I don't blame Magnus for refusing to go into those kinds of lines. And he chooses I know, a more tame knight bd7, which is it's a good move, right? It's just this move develops the knight, helps black defend the knight on f6. You know, yeah, Liem played e3, so now we're just gonna have a fairly you know, fairly typical, fairly safe position for both sides. Yeah, a3 was being played. I think the reason for why Liem is not in a hurry to develop the light squared bishop is because that's exactly what black usually waits for. So if the bishop gets developed, the idea is that black is going to force white to move this bishop multiple times. And actually, this is a very common concept in most d4 openings, like especially in Queen's Gambit Declines, Queen's Gambit Acceptance, Slavs, Rogozins. White doesn't necessarily want to take on d5 himself, because it releases pressure in the center, right, and allows black to capture back with an e-pawn, making sure that the light squared bishop is going to come out. So white oftentimes doesn't do this, and when white does, it just leads into normal Queen's Gambit Decline structures, which are very hard for white to win. And if white doesn't do it, if white moves the bishop out, then black is going to force the bishop to move multiple times in the opening. And as you guys may know, when we are developing our pieces, we want to make sure that our piece moves exactly once, right? If you develop the bishop, you want to make sure you developed it to a good square, and then you forget about it until every other piece is out, right? So we want to be as efficient in development as possible, only moving a single piece once. Here, white has already moved the bishop 1, 2, and now is about to move it for the third time, which makes it for a very ineffective development. It doesn't mean that white shouldn't be doing this, as this is still in a pretty okay territory. You know, as now white has stronger center, with black trading off their d5 pawn for the c4, and yet after e4, well, e4 is a blunder. My apologies. And so that's why white can't really play e4 as of right now, but definitely will try to go for e4 at some point when it's more favorable, maybe even after just castling. Oh, but here black already gets to play c5, and now playing e4 is not just still fails to knight e4, but also is probably not as good, because after capture, white cannot really play e5 all that easily, as they no longer have the d4 pawn supporting the e4 pawn push. So I see it's hard for white to get things done in a timely manner, and that actually mostly happens because of how much time white has wasted moving the bishop around. So this is why we see Liem essentially making all kinds of useful moves before having to move out the light squared bishop. So a3, a6 came through, and I guess here Liem can try. What's up with my engine? Okay, never mind. It's nothing. Nothing is wrong with my engine. My apologies. So, Liem can try c5. The idea here is that it solidifies the structure. It makes sure that black loses a whole bunch of space. And if black tries to undermine the c5, now as black already has played a6, I feel like this undermining technique is going to be it's going to be a little bit awkward, because it will see black having these disconnected pawns. Let's say knight a4. Actually, no, this is not good. Why is this not good? Maybe because queen b6 and black will end up playing c5 eventually. So if black plays c5 and makes sure that the backwards pawn on c6 is gone, black is in a good shape. But I guess there's something better. Maybe just there is c5 right away. No, there isn't. So why is this so good for black? It says minus 0.6. Maybe it's because there's some kind of play on the b file here. Maybe rook b8. Also no. So okay, so those are the two plans I would expect to see here from black. Either trying to play c5 or playing on the b file. There must be something else, something more immediate. Maybe like g5 and just going for the attack. Is this? Also no. Okay, I'm losing my mind here. Bishop d7 trying to. Okay, bishop d7. Okay, but bishop d7 is just the main threat of bishop d7 is to just simply play c5. I originally didn't want to make this move because it runs into knight e5, and I thought that, oh well, not good. Can't play c5 now because this actually we can. I guess I just don't understand something about chess, you know. But don't we all? I was probably just too lazy to calculate. This still works out in black's favor, as black has just played c5 and excuse me. And oh, one more is coming. Is it? No, it's not. Yeah, if black manages to play c5, good on them. The pawn trade is going to be favoring black for the most part, as it will have stronger center, right? So if white takes, boom, stronger center. Okay, didn't happen. Liem took on d5. Magnus took back with an e-pawn, so we have a fairly standard Queen's Gambit decline position. Now white can play bishop d3 with no fear, as there is no longer any captures that can force white to lose time. Can you analyze the opening on board 9? Yes, we will take a look at it in a moment. You feel like Indian cadets spend more time working in chess than the next two teams combined? Someone introduce anime to them to slow them down. I'm sure they know. It's just that some people are really not interested, you know? If you don't understand Ilya, what hope do the rest of us have? I'm trying to figure it out on the go with all of you guys, you know? That's what makes it fun, I think. You can't, like, I can't have full understanding of everything that's going on. Like, it wouldn't be, I feel like it would just not be fun for anyone. If I could give a perfect explanation on anything that's happening on any of these boards, it's basically like you guys are going to be watching the engine analyze. Like, it's not fun. Like, there has to be some kind of conflict, right, between me and the games. Like, I can't just be getting everything right. Plus, it also shows you that a grandmaster like myself, like, not to make myself look bigger than I actually am, but I do have a fairly decent understanding, as opposed to having precise knowledge, especially in openings. Like, my opening knowledge is close to non-existent, but I do have, I would say, a pretty reasonable understanding of what's going on. And, you know, sometimes I get to learn new things, and that's wonderful. That's why I enjoy being here, because, you know, people tell me, oh, look at this game, look at that game, and then I get to see something new that I've either have only seen a couple of times or I've never seen before. And that makes me improve as a player. Okay, so this line I've seen it before. This line, I guarantee you, I have seen this line before. I have played this line before, and I also know a student of mine who has played this herself before. And so the idea of most of these moves right now, obviously the h5 is a common response, h6 being a little bit less common, but it's still widely played even on a high level. The idea of h5 is to secure the bishop, right? So h5 secures the bishop, but instead what it does is that it weakens the g5 square. So oftentimes you'll see white pieces going to g5, and that's why, maybe that's why, even though this line is still sound for black, maybe that's why black didn't play it. And h6 also has kind of a similar idea, to secure the bishop, but the bishop would have to go away, and here white has some weird things like e6, which is essentially a pawn sacrifice, but what it does is it ensures that the bishop stays on the fate for a while. And as you can see, overall, white has a pretty annoying position here, with black having rough results, having approximately, oh yeah, this is just really rough. Black loses most of the games they play here, probably because I made a bad move here, and black should be playing queen d6 now, which is the main response. But once again, as you guys can tell, the king on f7 might not be exactly what black is looking forward to, even though all in all, black's position is still quite solid, and black is currently ahead in development. Their king is going to stay in f7. So it's just a completely different way of playing, and doesn't mean it's wrong, but it's different, and some people naturally feel a bit more unease having the king in the center. And so the move queen b6 is it's a taunting move of a kind, because one of the ideas of h4 is to quickly apply pressure against the bishop on f5, right? So now if g4 happens, the bishop can no longer retreat to either one of these squares because it gets trapped, right? So bishop e4, f3, bishop g6, h5, boom, bishop is trapped, the game is over, shake hands, go home. This is where black's kind of quote-unquote idea comes into play, where the bishop will likely be retreating back to d7, and black is going to go ahead and play the French defense style. So French defense would be where black goes e6 and c5, fighting against the central pawn on d4, and with white already having advanced so many pawns on the king side, it makes it more difficult for white to castle in that direction, and also it gives black some additional ideas such as h5, which is not just blundering a pawn, right? I promise I know what I'm talking about. So let's just make this is basically, this is why you see white playing h5 here. H5 is the main line, and if white doesn't, and white allows black to go h5 himself, what ends up happening is that black gets a pretty annoying outpost on f5 for one of his light pieces, and white has double pawns in the h file, which once again is just another way of playing this. Black doesn't have to play h5 immediately. Black can just go ahead and play it more in a more of a safe manner with e6, c5, knight c6. But this is basically, a French defense take on Caro, if that makes sense. So I've seen this before. I've tried this before. I've played it mostly with queen c7, which I think makes less sense than queen b6, because in advanced French, you do see black queen going to b6 exclusively. It doesn't go to c7. It's not doing a very good job there because you want to be applying pressure against the d4. But as we can see, Alexander Pratke goes for a4. So he doesn't want to see the queen on b6. But black says, no, I beg my pardon. I would still love to keep my queen on b6, as it's going to be a great help to me when I begin the campaign against the d4 pawn. Pratke says, okay, sure, be it your way, and then goes rook h3, which is cool, getting the rook transferred all the way to b3. Black goes h5, rook b3, queen c7, and then g5, which is an unusual decision. Since f5 square is falling into black's hands, and we already know it, I would expect white to try and get something by capturing on h5. At least white would have like an extra pawn, and maybe, just maybe, there will be a way for white to combat against the white piece on f5, maybe with this knight transfer. But yeah, honestly, knight e2, there might be something like bishop g4, pitting the knight. So it looks a bit too difficult for white to get it done. But maybe that's where white could just make a waiting move with something like bishop e3 potentially. Or well, first of all, it's black to play here, so I'm tripping a little bit. But yeah, I would like to wait for black to play e6, and once that happens, then knight e2, knight g3 would be one way to go. But once again, position is very unusual. You don't see this structure happen very often. And black is obviously not castling because, you know, in advanced French, it is once again very common for black to keep his king in the center, as after black goes e6, the pawn chain in the center is black's main defender, and white almost never breaks through. So actually castling your king most of the time is going to make it weaker in French defense, right? Black does end up playing h5, and that kind of solves the development of the h8 rook problem, and this rook usually goes to c8, waiting for the c file to get open up after black takes in d4. Those are the common plans that I know of. But yeah, but g5, it feels like it's just kind of letting black off the hook with kind of nothing to show for it. Probably either g6 or just simple e6 and getting the knight over to f5, or maybe even bishop f5 right now. I feel like this might also be a pretty decent idea to just have the bishop on f5, although the ancient is strongly disagreeing with me. So what's the recommendation then? Maybe just going for c5? Still no? I don't know. It says plus 0.2. And so it means that here black is doing quite well. Okay, I guess it wants to play g6 to make sure white doesn't play g6. Is that why? What's e6? Is white going to be playing g6? Yes, white is going to be playing g6. That's tricky. I'm not sure. Okay, everything is lagging. I hope you guys can see everything just fine, but I can't move pieces on the board anymore. Help. Wait, okay, let's go back to the position in question. So once again, yeah, so g6 supposedly is the ancient's recommendation, making sure that white doesn't push the g-pawn too far up. But I would also not mind e6, and yeah, here white would have to probably be playing this position as a bishop. Yeah, yeah, I feel like now it makes more sense having the rook in g3, so I agree with the ancient. So, but, you know, transferring the rook back makes a lot of sense, as the g6 is the main target now. But even this, as you can tell, is not entirely very clear. This might be the case where black would want to castle long, just to make sure the king gets out of there. Once again, no need to allow any of this, just g6 followed by either bishop f5 or just e6 with the knight coming over to f5. We'll see black having extremely safe and solid structure, and going to be very hard to break through. Would old 2700 level Illia have gotten perfectly every time though? No. Not a chance. The old 2700 level Illia was getting most of the things wrong, but was somehow getting away with them. It's nice when you when you make mistakes, but your opponent just kind of lets you off the hook every time. So I guess you could say I was lucky in this regard. Hello, cutie cool. What's up? Please see Trong Song's table. Okay. Trong Song. Let's see. Who is that? Trong Song's table. That sounds like a player on the Vietnamese team. Yes, I was right. Okay, so far in this game we've only had 6 moves played, and this was Ruy Lopez, where black played knight g to e7, I guess attempting to flanker the dark squared bishop, and yet d5, which is a sideline, sees the player with white pieces being a bit confused. As he goes ahead and takes an e5. And yeah, this position has occurred quite a few times with mostly just draws, and black actually wins more games here. Very impressive. games go as far back as 2013, with even Nigel Shore trying this as black and winning against his international master opponent back in 2013. d4 is a main move. Now black went ahead and just took en passant. Queen f3 is almost exclusively tried by white here, after which bishop e6 is a must. Obviously, we are not trying to get mated in one. That wouldn't be ideal. So takes. I guess white is just gonna have to keep taking pieces, keep taking pawns. Queen e4, there might be queen e7. Yeah, this is not great, as black is now better. Okay, we do see queen f3 as a move in the game. So I guess we are going to just end up seeing this line where white takes a bunch of stuff, takes their missing pawn back, and here white's actually worse. That's very impressive. And white has to play queen c4, after which black just actually says, okay, be my guest, go ahead and takes the pawn on d3. And white has, from this position, white has 100% win rate. I wonder why. Well, white's advantage is, not white. I was talking about black. Black has 100% win rate here in this position, which is kind of strange because once again, black's advantage is minimal, but seeing how black has a bishop pair, an open position, and white is lagging behind in development, with their pieces are being still mostly on their starting positions on the queen side, I'm not surprised. I am not surprised. Black tried many moves here. Queen h4, okay, well, not many, just two. Queen h4 and rook b8. Rook b8 makes a lot of sense to me, making it more difficult for the white's dark squared bishop to come out. White tried rook d1 or queen f3, and rook d1 is just losing to bishop g4. Wow, that's very impressive. I always knew that bishop pair is strong, but darn. I hope this game shows you guys how unimportant material is sometimes. Just how you position your pieces is everything. Okay. Vietnam's board number 3 has seen one of the very common opening lines being played. Black in general does quite well here, but white's position is also very solid, building a pretty much impenetrable pawn chain. And I feel like if Vietnam's boards 3 and 4 just hold, there is a high chance that Vietnam will win this match. You know? Vietnam's board 2 seems to have a very good idea of what's happening in the opening. And Liem can definitely upset Magnus. You know, Liem is, we all know that Liem is more than capable of showing great performance, having having beat the current world champion Grandmaster Ding Liren in a pretty impressive fashion in a draw and rook endgame. So yeah, Liem is up there. He is capable. Moving down, we see Netherlands team playing against Georgia, with Grandmaster Anish Giri playing against Grandmaster Mikhail Mchadlishvili. This was a very similar structure to what we've seen in board number 1, I believe, of India versus Iran. But here black decided to not wait and just play d4 immediately, with the game eventually transposing this sort of a weird binomial to white never took on c5. So white never took on c5, it just maintains the pawn structure intact. And then only by move 12, not even, is white attempting some simplifications in the center by playing e3. Here, supposedly black needs to play a5, because black doesn't really want to allow white to advance any further on the queen side. It may become a nuisance, right? If the pawn gets to a6, b6 will, you know, will be opening big diagonal, and white is not even going to be forced to play a6. Oh, sorry, taking me a while to wake up, and I guess I gotta drink more tea. It should help, hopefully. So yeah, just to make sure no funny business is going on the queen side, black just goes a5. White doesn't want to take en passant here because that means that white has given black a hand when it comes to creating a strong plan for the near future. Right now, black is just gonna go ahead and double on the a file and hit the a4 pawn. That's currently one of white's major weaknesses. So after a5, probably gonna end up seeing white trying to play in the center. But as we can see, black is actually doing quite well, having no issues, no weaknesses. The bishop is gonna come out, and white's bishop on b2, as we all can see, is the kind of piece that white would much rather not have. Like, I would much rather not have this bishop present on the board right now. If I could just go ahead and take an f6 here, I would definitely have done that, because just looking at all these pawn chains and kind of thinking about how will I ever break through these chains with the pawns positioned the way they are. I don't like bishops here. Well, I like my bishop on g2, but I don't like the bishop on c2. I feel like this bishop should go. All right. Take a look at a couple more of games between Netherlands and Georgia. This is board number 3, where we see a Scotch. Very interesting. Haven't seen this one in a while, right? I think we've mostly been seeing Italian games and Rue Lopez's been played in the e4, e5 structures, but this time we have a Scotch. Pretty much a classical Scotch. All the good stuff. White queen probably going to be coming out to f3, but no. Take a look at this. Irving Lummy, after spending over 8 minutes on his clock, goes ahead and plays knight e4, which is a pretty good thing to do, as he gets his pawn over to e4, and now black has a pawn majority advantage on the king's side and a strong pawn on e4. But, you know, once again, white has some levels of pressure. The bishop is attacking the f7, and yeah, white's next move, queen h5, is a clear-cut follow-up to that play, where f7 might be potentially becoming a target. But yeah, I feel like as of right now, white will be focusing mostly on getting his pieces into the game, as it's hard to make stuff work with only 2 pieces attacking. So anyone's game here, both players having approximately an hour and 10 minutes on their clocks, so fairly even. I would say this has potential of becoming something more and something interesting that we can follow at a later stage. I would like to quickly go over to the women's section and take a look at what's happening on the board number 1. Okay, and I think I wasn't wrong about that. So Poland versus India, Alina Kashlinskaya versus Harika Dronavali. Looking at, once again, a very common terrace transposition where black goes for c5. But here, yeah, here Harika did end up taking on d4 as opposed to taking up on d5. Usually we see, at least this is the one that I'm very used to seeing, where black goes for a line like this with a simple castle, and then black usually develops the bishop to b7. This knight is going to f6, and despite the fact that white has a pretty annoying center, black doesn't have any visible weaknesses, and you know, usually does quite well, with, you know, most games ending with a draw. But actually white has been having some really good results. Also, it's been a while. Yeah, it's been about four years or longer since Magnus won his game against Anish Giri in this line, and I feel like this Masters database doesn't really show some of the most recent games, and we would see black having actually pretty decent results here, as far as I know. But no, that's not what Harika goes for. She takes in d4 instead, and takes in d5, and ends up playing with an isolated pawn. Okay, so yeah, I've had a game like this recently. Was playing against a good friend of mine Grandmaster Raja Harshith. I was white, and unfortunately, yeah, this position, despite the fact that black is having an isolated pawn on d5, it's very hard for white to get an advantage here. And it looks like Harika just with excellent understanding, she is spending time. So either she was spending her time trying to remember the lines, or she just kind of finds everything on her own. She's not scared to play g5, which is definitely a correct way to go. As after bishop g3, there might be some knight e4, and I feel like, yeah, the game could become a little bit crazy with the knight struggling to stay alive on c3. But Alina Kashlinskaya goes ahead and picks up the c6, and here there's a lot of different captures available to black. There's bishop takes c3, maybe she takes h4, which sees the bishop being a little bit awkward on c6. Taking a d5 doesn't seem to be possible because white cannot win the piece back, as there is knight b6 intermezzo, and that leaves white in shambles, down a piece. So I guess here just going back to b5 would be the way to go, and black can potentially go for some h3. Actually, this was played. This is now an official position of the game, where Harika is still contemplating the captures of g takes h4 and b takes c6, but eventually settles for b takes c6, which also makes a lot of sense. Getting the d5 pawn supported. Now it's connected hanging pawns. Black no longer has an isolated pawn on d5, which is definitely good news. We will most definitely see bishop getting retreated to g3, and now I guess something like knight e4 may happen potentially with black attacking the c3. There's an open b file to play on. There's potentially this diagonal to play on for black's bishop, although it's tough for the bishop to get there. And I feel like white will eventually castle, which would mean that they shouldn't be able to really take advantage of these weak pawns on the king side, or the weakness of the black king. So yeah, quite an interesting game. I would say we're gonna. What about this capture? No, white just doesn't have pieces to follow this up. Yeah, white would need another light piece or two to make this stuff work, but it's not gonna work because no pieces available. Yeah. Okay. Take a quick look at this board number 2. This is Kara. Advanced Kara was move 3 c5. Okay. So pretty common, pretty standard so far. Black is getting their pieces developed once again in Karakan. Very important for black to make sure that they develop their pieces to proper positions, because it's not easy. It's not easy to do that, especially with white playing advanced and having this very annoying pawn on e5, taking away most of the development squares from the black's white pieces. So knight went to g6, bishop went to e7, and black eventually castled, with the position being roughly equal, but white definitely has her eye on the king, on black's king side, trying to advance the h-pawn here. If the pawn gets to h5, the knight might have to go back to h8, which happens in some opening lines. But every time I see that, I kind of chuckle, because if you try to find a war square for the knight to be on, I don't think you can. I think h8 is it. Like, black shouldn't be getting it to that point. Black will probably react sooner, making sure the knight is not forced back to h8. Skipping through board 3 and looking directly into board 4, we see Indian player going for Catalan. No surprises here. So far, once again, this one has been played many times before. Mixed results. White has won more on average, slightly more. But knowing how safe and solid Catalan is, wouldn't be surprised to see. Once again, this is still a very well-known territory. Although, once again, I want to point out that white wins more games on average in this position. And the engine does like this for white a little bit more. So while the players might not be in their opening prep anymore necessarily, they are still following Marco Coughlin versus Antonio Galeano Martinez game back from 2024 of January of this year, by the way, where Marco Coughlin played king to g2, which is the kind of move that I'm not necessarily too sure about, as I don't really see why we would need the king on g2. A move like rook a d1 would have made much more sense to me. Also, once again, answering the same question, it's tough because I'm not quite sure why we need the rook on d1 necessarily, as we basically can never play d5. Sorry about that, I hope you guys didn't hear anything. I just accidentally hit the mic trying to reach for the keyboard with my left hand. I hope it wasn't too loud for you. But yeah, d5 is almost never going to happen because black just has way too many pawns taking care of the d5 square, unless we can make it work tactically, which could be the case, but once again, not sure. I think it's way too easy for black to make sure that doesn't happen. Just knight f6 and black is okay. But still, I guess Marco Coughlin played king g2 because he also realized that, oh well, there isn't much else white can do here to improve his position, so he just went ahead and played king g2, which is just in general a move that makes a lot of sense. The king kind of begins taking care of the weak squares, potentially allowing white to reroute the rook over to the king side. But once again, these are all really long-term ideas, and I'm not sure if any of this will ever happen. But as a possibility, I guess keeping these options open will benefit you in the long run, especially since this position is just so cramped. So yeah, interesting to see how both players kind of navigate through it. But once again, white has better results in these structures. What can I say? It means that white has an easier time navigating through these cramps. You heard it all? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'll try to make sure it never happens again, but no promises. Alright, taking a look at board number 2, Team Ukraine versus Team Hungary. This is board number 3 of that match, where Petra Pap is playing Talia Buksa and choosing a very solid opening, London, where once again this position has been played many times before, mostly draws for the results. You'll usually see black playing bishop d6 here, but or that would be what the usual structures of this nature would see black do, but not in this case actually. So in this case, black has actually never played bishop d6, which surprises me to yeah, that's probably why, because white gets knight c5, white gets b4, and the knight will never ever have to leave the c5 square. So probably this is why we see either bishop e7 or knight d7 trying to take care of the c5 square, as that's literally the only place where the white knight can potentially go. I don't mind both, and black seem to have done quite well in both of these lines. Oh well, it's that's a transposition in a bunch of other games. Actually, Parham Makhsudlu played this one himself as black back in 2021 against Golami, Master Golami, and Parham played knight d7, which once again helps black against the knight c5 idea. But now thinking about black's further development, I'm kind of struggling a little bit. It's hard to find good squares for the black pieces, so Parham here actually went ahead and played b6 and decided to switch his attention to the queen side, which is not necessarily something I would have done as black, because it just feels like the queen side belongs to white most of the time. And yeah, and here Parham found queen b5, and after capture rook fa1, another trade happened on the a file, and then black played rook c8, having a fairly strong position after b4, And actually, Parham ended up winning this game. I'm not sure if this was rapid or blitz or whatnot, but once again, black has no problems. Everything is defended. White does have a backwards pawn on c3. This reminds me of a Queen's Gambit declined ideas for white usually is the one who has black's pawn structure right now, and white goes for the minority attack, just like black did with their well, I mean, it transposed into the pawn minority attack situation after queens got traded off on b5. So here b4 is quite literally the pawn minority attack idea, which is pretty good news for black if this whole thing works out. Once again, no guarantees in the department. 97 is not the only move black can try. Black can also try b6, as I can see. I can immediately trying to play. Okay, so at least now we know. That's how black gets their pieces out, right? So black is lacking space. 97 was played. And honestly, I feel like seeing knight fd2 is very, very likely at this stage. Because white also needs to kind of do something with herself and try to improve somehow. But I also want to point out that Natalia Buksa is doing way better in terms of time management. She's up about 22 minutes on the clock, and it may play a huge role in her ability to either draw or win this game when the critical moment comes. So do not, once again, I have probably repeated myself so many times during these commentaries, but do not forget, you guys see it firsthand, right? You guys see it from my perspective with my commentary, but time trouble kills, right? It just kills. It kills your play most of the time. Even the toughest of the players start getting things wrong, things that most people in the chat would have gotten right had they had unlimited time. I'm sure you guys realize how this works. If you are under time scrutiny, your level drops. If you are currently 2400 player, if you're in time trouble, you might only be 2100 strings, because you don't have time to calculate difficult lines. So very important to keep your time management in check, and that's something that a lot of players get wrong. Once again, I consider myself a fast player. Over the past couple of years, I've been having some time management issues myself, but that's probably what I was actually fairly good at. Maybe that's actually what allowed me to reach an almost 2700 level a couple of years back, because I would always see my opponents struggling to play good chess in time trouble, as I was playing significantly faster. And the recipe for that is obviously two things that you can do. First, you can be very well prepared and informed in the opening, so you don't have to spend as much time figuring out what your pieces are supposed to be doing in certain opening positions. And secondly, you could try once you get into the middle game, you could try to be at your board most of the time, using your opponent's time while they think to calculate the lines and calculate your ideas and make up the plan. So once your opponent makes their move, then you ideally you want to be ready by then to make a response move, because you've used your opponent's time to kind of prepare a plan. That's a very common thing to do. That's what most people do unconsciously when they're playing a game of chess. But it takes a little bit more effort calculating lines when it's your opponent's move, right? Because then you have to kind of predict what your opponent is going to be doing, and then it takes you one extra move, right? Because in your head, your opponent hasn't made their move in response yet, so you will always have to calculate this one extra move whenever you're calculating lines and ideas, and it takes a toll, right? I think I've seen a bunch of people making a visual demonstration about what it feels like to calculate lines in chess, and then it was like it was more of a memes than anything, because then somebody showed you what most people think it takes for a chess player to calculate a line, and then they show like one branch, and like, okay, this is what the chess players calculate, just one move. But in reality, it's one branch that then becomes two branches become four branches, and it just keeps going on and on and on, and it just becomes this massive tree of lines that you have to calculate. So just adding one single move to the branch may potentially increase the overall size by like 8 or 16 times, right? And That's what makes it difficult. That calculating that one extra move actually makes a huge difference and puts a lot of strain on your brain, on your head. But if you're able to overcome this issue, overcome the strain, then you will be faster than your opponent, because you will be, given that you understand what your opponent's plans and ideas are at the same time. Ilya, the seeing Levy make so much progress towards his goal of reaching GM after his struggle inspire you to return to Super GM form? Well, you guys are giving me too much credit. I don't think I was ever at the Super GM form. I was talking to Julian at the chess club the other day, and Julian is a very strong chess player. He's approximately 2300 level, so FIDE master. And Julian was telling me, "Oh, Ilya, you used to be a Super GM." I'm like, "Okay, what's a Super GM?" He told me, "Well, anyone who reached 2700 could be considered a Super GM." And I was like, "Okay, I was never 2700, right? I never crossed the bar, so I would say that I could never be considered a Super GM. And even if I did cross 2700 level, I don't think it was my work ethics and my overall whatchamacallit approach to studying and playing chess I would ever be considered a Super GM. It's a stretch. It's basically giving me too much credit. Maybe I'm just like super unsure of my own abilities. I don't know. It's never, you can never, like, you can never tell. Like I was winning tournaments, I was winning rating, but I never really felt confident enough that I'm actually capable of playing against these top guys. So seeing Levy making a lot of progress definitely inspires me to just to I just think that uh, at this point of time, at this point of my chess career, it would take enormous effort that I'm currently unable to afford to get back into that state of mind, if that makes any sense. Because I have other factors affecting me, my mental and physical state, that unfortunately are very hard to take care of. Eventually, I'll probably take care of everything, and then maybe I will consider, getting back into professional chess. But as of right now, it's not a smart thing to do, I would say. Yes, your work ethic is terrible. Imagine taking a single break during a 5-hour commentary shift. Uh, no, I mean, the break is 10 minutes. It's a pretty long break, right? No, it's no. You see, this is not hard. If you compare having to stream to having to work on chess, like for real, like having to seriously work on chess at that level, then it's those two are just completely uncomparable. Like it's very hard for me to force myself to seriously work on chess for many hours. It's you know it's a very unrewarding job, and it can keep staying unrewarding during tournaments, and that's why it's so hard. You have to kind of forget about the concept of punishment and reward, and just do it for the sheer process of doing it, and out of the love of the game, and it's very hard to do at this stage of my life. You should be taking at least 2 breaks. Maybe, but I'm okay. Games from women's section. How about we go to? Unfortunately, as far as I know, the the match number 5, the match where the American team is playing is still the video feeds for that match are still unavailable to us. I brought this up to the attention of a person helping me out. But I feel like I did it too late, so I let them know this morning, and I feel like they probably couldn't figure it out on time. So these are the games of American team. Unfortunately, once again, we don't have video feeds to see the players. But here is Carissa Yip's game. Oh my God, Carissa goes for the Scandinavian. What a choice! Definitely wouldn't be my first choice ever. Wouldn't be my 5th or 10th choice against e4. But oh well. Carissa is known for her spicy, openings. as I've seen her play like King's Indian defenses against d4 and being lost, and I can actually relate to that myself because I have a great performance in King's Indian defense as black, but what ends up happening is that I end up getting like, really bad positions there in King's Indian. Like I, once again, partly because of my inferior opening knowledge, but also partly because I guess I just don't understand the opening well enough. And I know most people say that King's Indian is a great opening for black, but the engine doesn't like it. Engine always thinks that the King's Indian kind of like on the verge of losing for black, and I don't really understand how it should be played. Back in the days when I was still young, like 15 years ago or so, the way King's Indian was played is like, exclusively as an attacking opening. Black would just try to attack and checkmate White's king, and eventually White came up with a way to make sure that doesn't happen. So Black started losing most of the games, and then King's Indian was started being played as a more of a positional opening, and that's how I've been playing it ever since. But still, I don't understand exactly what needs to be done there, and I get bad positions as a result. And yet somehow I end up winning most of the games, even in really like even in positions that are close to losing. Somehow my opponents manage to screw up last minute and I win, which doesn't do me any good in terms of like just showing how good I am with the opening, because I feel like I'm really no good in King's Indian, and yet I have like 90% win rate when I play it as black, which is an inside joke between me, Julian, and a bunch of other people, because I believe that I should just keep doing it despite the fact that I keep getting lost positions out of the opening in King's Indian, and yet I win every game when I do play it, no matter what. So it's kind of funny. So I've seen Harissa also having this kind of issue where she would get really bad positions in King's Indian, but would end up winning her games anyway, because the opponents would find ways to screw up, and King's Indian can become tricky, and so can be Scandinavian. So let's see how that works out for Carissa. She goes for an early bishop Fianchetto, and she's playing very fast, which is interesting because I always thought that that Scandinavian is one of the more dubious openings for black, where it's hard to have your pieces positioned well. But it looks like Carissa just kind of closes her eyes and goes for double Fianchetto. The engine also is not very thrilled with black's position here, and yet looks like Carissa is still in her opening prep here. She is very confident on where her pieces are supposed to be. It takes almost close to no time getting her knight over to f5. Wow, which is surprising. Wasn't expecting the knight to go to f5 here necessarily. I said the knight's gonna go to d5, but now here there's an f5, and I guess we're gonna probably end up seeing something like queen d7, rook d8, and actually looks quite solid. Yeah, looks very interesting, quite solid. Wasn't expecting to see Scandinavian. This is probably the first time I'm seeing this opening on being played on the Olympiad. Maybe it was played on some of the lower boards, but we haven't really checked many games of those during our streams. And the stream is actually one of the only times where I have time to be checking Olympiad games. And given most of the games are done by the time I'm done with the stream, it kind of works out. But yeah, nevertheless, very interesting opening choice by Carissa, and let's see how that works out for her. Hopefully well. On board 2, Irina Krush playing as white and not having a very good time. So the position transform. Okay, so once again we have a bunch of Queen's Gambits slash Tarashes in this round, it seems, and this is just the Queen's Gambit decline position where black has gotten everything they've ever wanted and more. Bishops are so good, and yes, white did manage to play e4, but now playing e5 is actually tricky because playing e5 could potentially run into this capture. No, actually white can just take with a g-pawn, and this would actually make it for a very interesting game where Engine believed that this is roughly equal. And there was a game back in 2022 between two FIDE Master level players where white played queen e4, g6 happened, and bishop h6. And yeah, as we can see, despite the fact of how bad the white's king side structure is, a bishop pair, some pressure on the king side, all in all a better development, I would say, actually makes this position quite interesting practically to play for both sides. I would be curious to try it out myself, honestly, for either side. But you know, still, it's more natural to see this being played from Black's perspective, in my opinion, because once again, it doesn't seem like the attack is going anywhere on White's side, and you know, the long term, if Black survives the long term, it's going to be obviously always in Black's favor, as these pawns will remain. It's impossible, right? Impossible to get rid of the double pawns. You can't play f5 at any point whatsoever. So if this goes into the endgame, it's going to be Black who's going to be winning. And this game that I'm referring to, Black did end up winning eventually. Okay, so Irina played bishop f4, which looks like a normal move. I feel like she might be slightly underestimating the power of the bishop on c5, so like playing bishop e3 would also make sense to me, although I think after this capture, maybe there's something like knight g4, knight e5. So could be getting a little bit trickier. So okay, sure, so be it. Bishop f4, knight h5 was played. Bishop went back all the way to d2, which is once again also not, I would say this is not the ideal square for the bishop, as it's going to be on the rook's way. Queen c7, and this is where Irina is currently is. Irina is currently in a deep thought in this very position, as knight f4 is a main threat, I'm assuming. Playing g3, yeah, feels... Wait, first of all, there's knight takes g3. Okay, well, that's one way to lose the game, yeah. Queen check. If knight h2, where's the win? Knight e5 looks very normal. Knight e5 looks normal, but normal is not enough. Normal, when you sacrifice material, is not enough, guys. Remember that. You need to be very precise. You need to be very on point. You can't allow your opponent to solidify, to consolidate. I'm trying to sound smart here, yet trying to use this time to kind of figure out how is Black winning now, and I can't see it. So that little speech of mine didn't help. Eric Rosen is checking Olympiad games between his Duck Championship chess games. I think it's only fair that Ilya checks Eric's Duck Championship chess games instead of going on a break. I may consider it. Usually I use the break to either go to use restroom or make myself a new cup of tea. So you know, neither one of those activities takes too long. So I guess like I could definitely see myself checking some of the Eric's games, but obviously I'm not gonna make people on the stream watch duck chess games with me, as I think some people probably don't even know what that is. It's a very fun chess variant. I personally enjoy it very much. My only issue with duck chess is that sometimes it's close to impossible to win the positions that would be otherwise winning completely in chess, just because of the duck factor. But oh well, it's just, I guess, part of the variant itself. What's the win here? Still looking, still can't find it. I mean, I'm thinking about f5 probably, just kind of trying to breach, but then f3. I guess it's just one of those sacrifices where you don't really have anything immediate, but long term. Yeah, see, I'm making a normal looking move at knight e5. It's already just wrong. Okay, what about taking? Okay, taking just helps White bring in more pieces to defend the king side. All right, I'm on the verge of giving up. That's not a good thing. I shouldn't be. Oh wait. I see it. I think I see it. It's here. Because knight is coming. I thought this doesn't work, but queen g2 doesn't save White, as there is now just a very simple. By the way, having the bishop on d2, ladies and gentlemen, the bishop does not belong on d2. More often than not, it's gotta have to be somewhere else. D2 not great, especially in this case, as you can tell. If the bishop wasn't on d2, White would be golden, but now it's just all over. All right, so a little bit of a little bit of struggle, I would say, in the US versus Uzbekistan women's match, but you know, it's just the beginning. Anything can happen, and I wish that, you know, the American team the best. Let's go ahead and go back to the open section, where we are going to be looking at board number 1 with a lot of action unraveling. This was the position where we left off, right? So knight f3, knight f6, just a very pretty much a standard rush, where white goes for Penketta on g2. So what happens? Gukash takes on d4 early, plays bishop c5, I guess. Yeah, and the most common response here is knight b3, or although I have seen white taking on c6 and kind of going for these structures where black has connected hanging pawns. The problem here for white is that oftentimes they will get some issues with the king side, where black is going to construct some kind of battery here and then come in for the bishop h3, significantly weakening white's position once the bishop gets traded off. So that's that. And here Parham decides to not bother himself with that and plays knight b3, keeping all the pieces on the board, all the pieces available. White castles, black goes d4. So far so good. Both players are following one of the main lines here, where results are actually quite mixed. Also, no, I see that most of the games have ended in a draw, with black winning some, white winning some as well. Weirdly, I'm smelling smoke. I have a dishwasher running. I wonder if that's, but that shouldn't be smelling smoke, should I? Anyway, hopefully my apartment doesn't get set on fire. Like I didn't even cook the breakfast today, and yet, weird. Okay. I've never really been around the dishwasher when it runs. Maybe that's the normal smell, like chemical smell or something. Anyway, so knight e4 castle, rook e1. Rook e1 is already a rather rare move, and it also is complemented by Parham spending about 7 minutes on his clock coming up with this move, and you know, maybe it's his attempt to throw off Gukash from the common lines where white would normally play bishop g5. This is why we see Gukash, after spending over 12 minutes on his clock, going for h6, which supposedly is not needed. There was a game between Ding Laurent and Daniil Dubov where Dubov played rook e8, and after bishop g5, h6, either capture, yeah, capture on b6, and then ab and capture on f6, I guess. Or in this case, Carlsen took on c6, bc, and he took on f6, then f6, and ended up winning the pawn on d4. And Dubov played queen to d8, which is which is one hell of a move if you don't know what's going on. But apparently, bishop queen d8 is one of the best moves black can make, which is just bizarre. And the idea is that white rooks are really unhappy having to defend both the e2 and a2 pawns, and so because of that, white's hands are tied, and you know, but still it's an extra pawn, so it feels like white should be at least be able to try for something, but looks like most games are. Also Magnus did win the game. Magnus played queen c3, after c5, rook a d1. Yeah, okay, this makes sense. Yeah, this makes sense. So maybe it's a good thing that that Gukash avoided the unnecessary complications with h6. Queen f4 was played. There's no more games available from this position, so this is an unexplored territory at this point. And we see, and the trade on b6 is taking place. White is taking up the pawn on b7, and now after e4, en passant comes through, rook takes e3. Is actually a pretty big mistake, as we can see. White is going down on the evaluation bar quite a bit. This position is now -1, better for black, and once again, I am challenged alongside with you people to try and find the reasoning behind this, as black is currently down a pawn. Taking on b7 would probably be wrong, yeah, because white can just go ahead and take on d5, and I don't think there is going to be any problem with white defending the bishop, even though it's still roughly equal. I wonder how black equalizes here now. Oh, is it? Oh my god, is this? Oh my god, it is. It is this. So, to be frank, I think we may just see Gukesh taking a draw because this is just a draw, right? The idea is that okay, wherever the king goes, we have just a simple check. I would say maybe something like knight d4, and then the king would probably have to go back. If white goes f3, I feel like this might not be all that good of an idea yet because it becomes hard for white to play as the rook is still undeveloped. And here I'm missing out on some cool possibility, which I'm still not seeing. Yeah, so I'm really struggling to see these good ideas here in these games. Request for Vietnam versus Norway in the chat. Yeah, Привіт з Вінниці. Привіт, Вінниці теж. Добрий вечір. Yes, we are going to go ahead and take a look at Vietnam versus Norway. But yeah, this could get ugly for Parham, or it could just be a draw if Gukesh goes for the Queen B7 line. Let's take a look at this game. Okay, so this was the moment where we left off. Lim Wang versus Magnus Carlsen. Very normal stuff. So Queen's Gambit decline structure. Dark Spirit bishops got traded away. Lim took advantage of the e5 square. Placed a knight there. And now he decided to begin rerouting his other knight. That's a funny way to keep the knight alive on e5. You don't usually see the rook just kind of casually jumping in, going to h5 to help the e5 knight stay there. But Magnus correctly so plays f6. And supposedly there is nothing. It looks like there might be some issues with the light squares, but if bishop h7, just king h8, there is no tricks. Knight f7 would have been a very nice checkmate if not for the knight on d6. That's taking care of it. Knight g6 loses to king h7. There is no good knight jump, no good discovery check, as the king will just run off depending on the square that's available. So bishop h7 kind of does nothing. Otherwise, if white takes in d7, I guess that's what they'll eventually have to do. The e3 is now problematic, so white will have to spend some resources having to defend e3 for a while. But that shouldn't be, I would say that shouldn't be anything too tough. Yeah, it kind of sucks that now white has to be on the defensive instead of, trying to play pressure. But, sometimes things don't go according to plan. I feel like this might be one of those where Lim will eventually realize that his attacking attempt is very likely going to fail. So he'll probably just trade on d7 as we could see, and he will go for defending the e3 pawn, which still sees his position being mostly very solid. I don't think he's going to be losing off of this mistake or anything, but it's just that he is now going to be on the defensive as white, and that's not ideal. Also, he is doing slightly better in terms of time management than Magnus, though I would say that both of them are well within the normal range of time spent, as this is move 18. They both need about 22 more, not about, but they both need to make 22 more moves to reach time control, and they both have about 45 to 55 minutes on their clocks, which is very reasonable, having spent only half of the time on their clocks. So this is that. Board number 2, something happened, something that we did not account for, and that's white not taking on c6, right? So here, knight takes c6, trying to win the pawn immediately is something white does more often than not, and here white ignored it, and after queen d5, which was found by the Vietnamese player, the game kind of transposed into a very, very safe position where black is the one trying, because black is tiny bit ahead in development, right? Black just have one extra piece developed, but white should never be losing here. I think I've already said these words a couple of times, and then one of the sides lost the position, despite of how safe / drawish it was. So I'm just gonna hold up on making comments like these and just say that if anything, I would take black here, because black is gonna get their pieces faster than white in this case, and it's a great opening success for black. You know, when you get to play a position like this without much to worry about, you know that you did something well, something right. Vietnam's board 3, where Aryan Tari looks like he has made some questionable decisions. So far everything is still within the normal range, but now Aryan goes for the capture on c4. Unsure why he believed that he needed to capture, because I strongly doubt that White wanted to take on d5. Yeah, this just doesn't feel right. Not even, okay, first of all, there's queen takes d5, and now black has this massive battery, and also black is attacking the b3 at the same time, so it's not something to concern yourself with. Like, taking on d5 is not a real threat, I would say. And yet, Aryan decided to take on c4 himself, which essentially helps black bring in more pawns towards the center. And now, as a result, black's center is a bit weaker, white has more pawns on central squares. After knight d7, the usual way of playing this is white would be to just try to get rid of the bishop. Oh boy, it's happening again. This time it's coming in quite early. My apologies to everyone in the chat. Once again, the way I know that the drop is going to happen is by having Lichess not letting me move pieces on the analysis board. That's when I know that the obvious drop is going to happen. But once again, surprisingly, it has nothing to do with my internet. I have bitrate at 3000, so it should be doable. It should be, you know, manageable from my PC to handle the stress. And yet I'm just, you know, I just keep having these random disconnects, and it's just OBS. I'm not sure why. A friend of mine suggested that I reinstall OBS, and maybe it's gonna fix it, because once again, during my very first stream, OBS didn't do that, even though the bitrate was quite high back then. But oh well. That's maybe if I have the engine off. Maybe the engine is the culprit. Maybe if we just do a full zero engine mode, maybe that's gonna help. Let me actually try and go ahead and do that. And only in the most critical of the positions will I be using an engine, just to confirm what's going on. Okay, so yeah, after bishop g2, king g2, I guess the problem here is that black will play e5, undermining the center. And this is probably why this kind of play is not necessarily going to work for white very well, as yes, white will still have strong central pawns, but these are the kind of pawns that will require a lot of protection. And also, white's pieces are not ready for this central play, and the rooks would benefit way more if they were on the E and the D files. The D4 pawn is getting hit, so white would have to be starting to defend it. I think, once again, moves like D5 will never ever work, as white is unprepared for the pawn advance, and this is going to result in them just losing the D pawn and probably the game as well. And board number 4 sees quite a bit of development. So in either line, where okay, black is spending so much time, way too much. This is so weird. 7 minutes for e5, 3 minutes for bishop e7, 1 minute for bishop e6, almost 10 minutes for castle. Yeah, this is the I'm not sure what's going on, but if the player with black pieces actually is unsure about what's going on in this opening lines, then it's definitely an oversight on their part, as this is a very, very common neither of defense variation. Oh, no, sorry, Sicilian defense, neither variation. This has been played thousands, if not tens of thousands of times for from both sides, and I believe that the smartest way to equalize here for black would be to just play h5, preventing the g4. That's I wouldn't go as far as to say I'm an opening specialist once again, but I have done some analysis in this line, and I feel like h5 is the way to get a decent position for black here. But if black allows the g4, actually I've had a game here recently where I played this as white and my opponent allowed g4, and I ended up winning the game very quickly because it's just trickier to defend here as black. I think honestly I think white should probably be starting with g4. It's going to be a bit more accurate, as now after b5 there is g5, although it says that there is d5 here, so maybe no. Okay, I take it back. I guess castling, making sure d5 doesn't happen, will probably be a slightly better idea. So black went b5, g4, b4, very aggressive pawn advancement, and knight d5, the knight got traded away. Black followed through with a5, and knight c5. Very interesting. So white came up with this move after only 10 minutes of thinking. Makes a lot of sense to me actually. After if black does decide to take, then after d6, white will find himself down a pawn, but it's going to be an open position with white having a bishop pair. So very strong. Also knight c6, just bishop takes c5, and now white is not even down anything. So it's very tricky. I don't think black should be taking, and as we can see, black didn't take. Allowed white to put the knight on e4. This feels like a dream for white. White knight almost never gets to e4, and when it does, it makes just white's attack so much easier, right? With the knight's support, trying to come to f6, hitting the d6. So I think this is really bad news for black. And if we take a look at the val bar, okay, yeah, this feels bad. This feels like this is not something that usually happens in this opening line. Black has only half an hour left on his clock, so he's going to face the time trouble at some point, and also he is now forced to play the inferior position that should never really happen otherwise. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for Tuan Min Tron to play this game, but you know, you never know what's going to happen, and I wish Liem's team the best. Thanks for the bits, by the way, Peter Balkus. Illia, the best commentator. Thank you. You're making me blush. All right, so we've been on this match for quite some time now. How about we go back to some of the other top boards? Take a look at this game. Grandmaster Richard Rapport is facing off against Grandmaster Haik Martirosyan from Armenia. And we see an Italian game. A pretty tame opening choice by Richard. So far, nothing too out of ordinary. Richard tries for rook e1, which is immediately quote-unquote punished by black playing h4, forcing the rook back. So a little bit of a move repetition doesn't really hurt, especially if you're a slower player. If he burns removes in the opening, forcing a positional repetition twice, you're not in danger of allowing your opponent to make a draw by a threefold, but you will allow yourself to get to move 40 faster this way. So I don't mind it. So far, no new developments. Knight g5 is the first surprise that we see, though this was tried in one of the games between once again the FIDE master level players back in 2019, Manakova versus Natachowa, and queen f6 was not the move in that game. Yeah, white rook. Yeah, this is kind of funny. I kind of want to see what white is supposed to do here, but yeah, it's okay. Rook f1 is fine, but just the fact that Richard's rook has moved to in and out of f1 and e1 so many times already. It just makes it so much funnier to me. Like he already played rook e1, rook f1, rook yeah, he played it 3 times so far. His rook moved between e1 and f1 3 times. And that's you might think that, you know, when you see someone doing that with their pieces, where the pieces are just keep getting shuffled between the 2 squares, you think that, oh, maybe the person actually doesn't know what's happening because they're wasting all this time. But here you can actually explain the rook shuffles every time they happen, and I can assure you, Richard knows what's going on, and he's not just making these moves just because he feels like it. And here, as we can tell by quick peek at the engine analysis, we see that white is indeed slightly better holding a bishop pair. Although the d3 is a bit weak, and I guess we will see black inevitably playing rook d8 on trying to hit the pawn. So, interesting. Rata anurata, whatever that means. This is almost like watching Big Brother. Cameras everywhere. Big Brother. Is this some kind of movie reference? Oh, it's probably some kind of reality show, yeah? Big Brother. Like, it sounds like it could be one. Maybe he wants a repetition draw. No, he doesn't. I guarantee you that Richard Report is not trying to go for draw by repetition. Reality show, yeah, that's what I didn't see the show, but it sounded like it could be one. All right. Board number 2 in Hungary versus Armenia match. Grandmaster Shant Sargsyan is playing against Grandmaster Peter Leko. 2 extremely strong Grandmasters facing off in a Brilopus. Once again, another pretty common choice that we've seen at this Olympiad so far. Though what we haven't seen is the following line used by Peter Leko: d5, a rather rare move, with d6 being the most common, kind of defending the e5 and overall allowing black to consolidate. d5 is way more aggressive and invites white to play structurally imbalanced positions like these, right? So this is one way for white to play, and judging by the results in this position, white is not doing all that well, even though structurally I would take white any day here. But positionally, having almost 0 pieces developed on the queen side, I am unhappy as white. Plus the bishop pair for black just makes everything way worse. And because black is so ahead in development, you can see black trying plays like g5 here. Also, there has been a game between David Navarre and Alex Grishuk back in 2017, where Navarre just took on e5 and it all quickly ended in a draw. Though I would say that black was probably the one trying for a win here, as black's pieces are naturally more active in this case. Okay, very cool. So d5, Leko is trying for a fight. That's I wouldn't go as far as to say that's unusual, but you know, it's good to see. It's good to see Peter Leko trying to get some points for his team when he's probably a rating favorite in this game, if I'm not mistaken. He is, but not by much. So his opponent is rated 2649, while Peter Leko is rated 2666. Well, as we can all remember, Peter Leko was once among like the strongest players in the world, having his rating well over 2700. I think he was in 2750 range at least once. So he has seen like a major drop in the rating, but you know, he's still one of the toughest players in the world. So the fact that he's trying his best with black pieces is very commendable, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this game plays out. Okay, to a6. Whoa, some superior prep here coming out of Peter Leko, where he just ignores the d5 pawn and says, "Oh well, you just go ahead, be my guest, take on c6, have 2 extra pawns for once." And I guess maybe bishop f5 looks actually way more plausible to me, because taking on d3 with a bishop feels just better, straight up better than taking with a queen. I also wanted to avoid taking with a queen because after knight b3, I'm either allowing the queen trade or I'm losing the bishop pair because the bishop is also getting hit. So I feel like it's probably going to be bishop f5 here every time. Let's just double check. Bishop f5, and I'm wrong. So it just takes here. I guess I'm pretty sure we are supposed to keep the bishop pair. Let's see. No, we're not. Okay. Well, look, my position understanding just gets crushed in shambles every time I try to sound smart. No, we boringly, very boringly just win the other missing pawn back, giving up the bishop pair. What happened to dynamic play engines? What happened? Why you do this to us? Can we not have an exciting game for once? Can you use your super GM understanding to explain how did Vasily manage to liquidate into a completely drawn endgame this quickly against someone who is 100 points lower rated? Something might have gone wrong. You know, it's not always, you know, songs and flowers in the chess world. Even if you're at the highest level, you don't always get what you want. It's tough. It's a tough world. Serbia board 2, I think, was requested. Let's take a look. Alexei Sarana, whom we mentioned earlier, is now representing Serbia's board 2. Choosing to play Najdorf, where both players, once again, to avoid potential time trouble, both players repeated the position twice, and now white went for bishop g5. This is a rather funny looking line in Najdorf, where black gets the Fenkera, but at the same time just has this extremely weird pawn structure, and yet black has been known to do quite well in this line. Even though it just looks wrong, you know, on so many levels. Just positionally, black creates a whole bunch of weaknesses. Though there is something black is getting in return, especially you know, especially important would be the bishop on g7. But it's just, once again, it just feels like it's going to be a pretty poor trade-off in the long run. But yeah, once again, I do know that black has very decent results in this line, so I guess just having that bishop overall does compensate for the multiple black's weaknesses here. And yeah, in this case, something has gone wrong. Like, it shouldn't be bad for black. So let's actually take a look at this game, having the engine running on the side, just to kind of keep ourselves safe from any potential blunders that we may encounter. Yeah, so at this point, I would assume that black is doing quite well. But yeah, this decision, right, the decision of giving up the bishop for the knight was what the engine really doesn't like. So what about trying for something like it's tough because the h5 is hanging, right? So h5 cannot be defended, and the bishop on e6 is hanging. You do not want to allow white to trade on e6 because it just further weakens the king's pawn structure, and I'm pretty sure that's not what black is trying to do here. So if we see a move like bishop c4, which somehow is not even that bad, like I'm assuming the h5 is hanging, yeah, and I'm not quite convinced that black should be going for any material sacrifices at this stage. But what about bishop h6? Now it's just rook h5, right? Yeah, this is not good. Once again, one of those times where I'm gonna be really struggling to find the correct move here. So it's weird because we tried bishop c4, it's not that bad. Like, we tried pretty much anything else. We already know that taking on b3 is a big mistake. And yet, how do we deal with the defense of the h5? Something like knight g6. Yeah, knight g6 is it. Knight g6 is actually a very, very cool move because if white ever takes on g6, then black gets some play on this diagonal. And if white, because of this, white actually can't take, well, white can take on e6, but once again, black gets a lot of play on the long diagonal, and there's going to be some sneaky stuff like h4, distracting the bishop. Bishop can't leave, because if it does, bishop takes f4 would win the queen, as the queen is going to be in whatchamacallit, not in a pin, but the other tactical motive that just escapes me. I mean, actually, no, pin works, right? Yeah, because in this case, the king is more important than the queen. Help me out, guys, in the chat. What's the other tactical motive where the more important piece is in front and the less important piece is in the back? Which is not the case here, because king is almost going to be more important than the queen. Skewer, right? Skewer. There you go. Oh my god, that took me forever. So yeah, knight g6 was a difficult move to find, and Alexei Serrano makes a very human decision to just kind of make sure that the h5 pawn is not going to fall, which looks like it still will, right? After all the trouble that Alexei has gone through, h5 is still in trouble, and now knight g6 is no longer working, as after knight takes, pawn takes e5. Like this one, this much I can see. This is just a ruined. Black's just lost immediately since the king is on e8. It's stuck. White is exposing everything in the center, and the game just ends immediately. So, yes, I would say that Alexei is indeed in trouble, but once again, maybe there will be something that he can come up with to you know, take this game into the more of an unexpected and dynamic to make the game more dynamic, so that his opponent has at least some chance of screwing up. Because as of right now, White has a very straight up plan: just take on h5, win the pawn, you know, be up material, win the game eventually. It's easy when your plan is that simple. It's easy to play, and that's what you want to try to avoid, especially when you play an opening as complicated as Sicilian. You don't want your opponent to just having 3 easy steps to lose weight, right? You don't want that to be actually a real thing. It should be way more complicated than that. There should be a gym, there should be diet, there should be like other things that go into it, and it shouldn't just be, you know, some kind of weird keto stuff, you know. I'm making a really weird life example out of it, but I hope you guys can follow through with my logic, and understand that usually it should take way more to accomplish simple goals than just, you know, attack, and boom, it's done. So yes, board 2 is indeed in trouble, but it's not over yet. Okay, so now we should go to Wesley's game, because supposedly Wesley is whoa. Well, yeah, it's gonna be tough to I was looking at Wesley's clock, and I was like, oh, Wesley is up half an hour on time, so maybe he has a chance. Yeah, this line, it's just that this line is not, you know, this Berlin line is not like, I wouldn't go as far as to say it's not winnable, because White has won games here sometimes, but it's just that if you look at it, it's just so easy to play with both sides, yeah. I guess it's not I know it's not a drawish line. I know that White usually tries to win here, but it's just so little. The advantage is there, but it's just so slim, and it's like if you make a singular inaccuracy, it just all goes away. And even if you hold this tiny bit of an advantage for a very long time, it usually nothing comes out of it anyway. So just by choosing this, yeah, it's just, well, okay, well, looks like Wesley is not even trying all that hard, yeah, because he's just trading in, and now he's like, he doesn't have anything anymore. Like he doesn't even have an advantage anymore, one may argue, and I would completely agree with him. There's nothing wrong with Black's position here. Oh, sorry, Wesley is playing Black. Now I look a bit stupid. I'm looking stupid. Because I thought that Wesley was White. But now I have nothing against what Wesley did. Like, Wesley could have definitely tried to go for a more aggressive line, trying to win. But because he's playing with black pieces, naturally he wants to make sure that he doesn't lose his board, right? So since he's black, I once again have nothing against his opening choice. It's a solid choice. You know, he's leaving his teammates to win games with white pieces. You know, where, you know, they have more of a chance to win. And draw is more than okay. Yeah, once again, my apologies. I thought all this time that Wesley was playing as white, but you know, taking all of it back. I don't think it's skewer. Yes, you win this time, mister. So yeah, I've talked to multiple people, many friends of mine who were kind of blaming Vasily for being unable to win some of the critical games. But you know, his overall performance is not that bad actually. If I go ahead and look at how many points he has right now, he's +1, so currently holding 3.5 out of 6, which is not bad. He is losing quite a bit of rating because of his loss to Vasil Ivanchuk. But if not for that loss, he would be essentially, you know, even, or would be losing like a couple of points, which is not, you know, not serious enough. His loss against Vasily Ivanchuk was yeah, it was more of a accident than anything, because he thought that he was in a must win, and he tried winning a position where he physically couldn't, which resulted in him losing. And that happens sometimes. You're just gonna kind of quote unquote suicide like that, trying to go for an unachievable goal. But all in all, I think Vasily's performance has been very solid, and yes, while he hasn't really been winning most of his games, like he won 2 games, like he did contribute to the team's wins quite a few times. He's, you know, once again, if you draw, yes, it's ideal that a player would be winning more often than not when they are a big rating favorite, but not losing is also very important. Like, I just can't stress it enough how important it is to not lose uh, during team events. Gukash's performance is crazy during tourneys so far. Yeah, yes, Gukash has been destroying. Arjun Erigaisi has been destroying. India's other boards have been very solid. So very good combo when you have heavy hitters, boards that are winning games. Oh, by the way, what happened here? This wasn't part of our plan, yeah? So knight b4 was played by Gukash, which is the correct move. Oh, would you look at that? And he is actually right. Gukash correctly identifies that white's pieces are way too chaotically placed, right? White has a weird knight on d6, which is now pinned. Black is threatening some g5s. Black is threatening some knight d5s. Yeah, wow. Gukash is really on point this event. Maksudulu is falling low on time, 35 minutes to make 20 moves. It's still in a reasonable range, but now having to be extremely careful. Like, you can lose this very quickly if you just, you know, there's just so many things you can possibly blunder. You know, even as a 2700 player, great deal of precision is required to not lose this on a spot. So yeah, I'm very hopeful, and you know, I'm pretty sure that while kind of preparing for this match, India's kind of probably has the same strategy as to making draws with black pieces and winning with white. So yeah, you know, having, you know, now seeing Gukash having a realistic chance to win the game, which just kind of makes me believe that it's gonna take away a bunch of pressure from his teammates' shoulders. As you know, if you have a board with black pieces that's winning, your boards with white pieces don't have to necessarily win as much. But here looks like Prague is getting pressured. Looks like his opponent is not joking. Black went for f5, which is something you don't usually see in Catalan. Like, well, you do, but not in this structure. Usually you see black going knight e4 while the pawn is still alive on d5, and then black follows through with the pawn advancement. But seeing this being played when the pawn is not present on d5 is really unusual, and it's sound. You see, it is sound. It works out for black because black just has a blockade going. So while the move f5 in its nature is weakening, right? Weakens the e5 square. The overall blockade and overall structure of the pawns actually makes it so that it's a kind of weakness that you can sort of look away from, because white can't really take advantage of it right now. So knight b4 hits the queen. I guess bishop c6 Would probably be a blunder because after knight takes, bishop takes, rook takes, knight stays on c2 and forks both rooks. So white can't take on c6 just yet. And if queen b3, white might still be in trouble because there's some bishop takes e5 and rook takes d2, which may still be okay for white, I guess, but it's getting a bit iffy. It's getting a bit iffy here. Knight c2 is also there, so I guess white would have to take on b4, queen c6 check. Now white has doubled pawns on the e file, and maybe black can just start playing chess by simply retreating the knight, hitting the e5, having the active rook on d2. Yeah, I don't like this. This is not cool. It feels like Prague would have to start realizing that something has gone wrong. Maybe it's time to try and make it draw, because otherwise, if he's still in a kind of must win state of mind, maybe not must win, but trying to win state of mind, and it can get really dangerous as the more you are underestimating your opponent's resources, the harder it is to come back when things don't go your way. Like if you keep having a wrong mindset for these things. Okay, he did end up playing queen b3, and I don't like that. The ancient says it's still okay. So takes. So how is white gonna be okay now? Is queen b4 the win? Yeah, no, queen b4 loses, so d takes e5, I guess. And now if rook takes d2, queen takes b4. Okay, so the position that we just saw is probably what white should be doing, though. Here the suggestion is to, I guess, not play f3 because it's weakening the king's side. And why? Okay, well, goodbye. Hiya. All right, I guess keeping the count of how many times the stream has died, we are at 2 times. That's already the same amount of times as yesterday. Not good. What is going on? What is going on is my OBS software just suddenly gives up and refuses to work anymore. The suggestion is, and it only happens for a couple of seconds. So please, if it happens again, please don't go anywhere. It's a known issue by now. It's a known issue on my end, which I unfortunately I was not able to fix it. I thought I fixed it, but it keeps coming back, and no matter what I do, it's just, yeah. No, OBS is. I'm pretty sure it's not the OBS's fault. Something is telling me that it's my hardware / software fault, which I once again unfortunately wasn't able to fix, and my apologies about that. Suggestion is to clean reinstall OBS, but that would mean that I would have to do all the scenes and all the technical stuff again, which is not ideal because it takes a lot of time. Gigantifying does go so well. Yeah, that's a pretty big and pixelated kappa in there. You can barely tell it's kappa. All right. But yeah, once again, guys, please don't go anywhere. It usually comes back within seconds. So I do apologize for the inconvenience that you guys will have to refresh the browser page anytime this happens, and hopefully it doesn't happen again. But it might. As far as I know, it might happen again if you're unlucky. I guess I'm gonna try to not use the engine because it seems to have some kind of effect on the frequency of these OBS disconnects. This was, you know, the reason, but I guess I had my engine on and running for too long, so here it comes. But yeah, you're not here now. Sorry. If you make engine, my engine, if whenever I have the engine on, it's at 0 lines, 2 threads, minimum amount of memory, minimum amount of search time. So it's one of the worst engines available that doesn't take up much memory. So something is telling me that engine actually has nothing to do here, but you know, that's the only thing we can do for now, because I was unable to figure out what the actual issue is. I've searched the problem online, and people had issues like these. Like there's a whole bunch of threads on Reddit and just people sharing their experience, and and most of the responses that people got is that it's likely a hardware/software issue, which once again is very hard for me to fix, as my laptop is new. It has, all the updates are there in place. Nothing needs updating, and it my guess is that it's just not a very capable laptop, and it can't handle the load of the stream very much. So it is what it is. I will be trying to get a different machine, and hopefully this problem will go away as I do. But as of right now, it's it's not gonna be pretty, and I apologize for it. So as we have just discussed, this line is on the board. D takes e5, and I guess we'll probably be seeing rook takes d2, and then queen takes b4, and queen c6 intermezzo check, with black having no issues, having better pieces, and overall applying a bunch of pressure on Prague. So hopefully he can at least survive this, because once again, losing is less than ideal. You don't want to apply any additional pressure on your teammates. So hopefully Prague can have a change of mind, mindsets, kind of experience here somewhere, and he will realize that it's time to go on the defensive. Erigaisi. As black, playing against Bardia Daneshwar, and I believe that this was the game where Bardia, that was a misclick. Bardia tried this unusual move knight h4 in the opening, which white doesn't usually play, as this is more or less a reverse Benoni structure. So white usually tries for some b4 play here on the queen side, but Bardia in the game said, okay, let me actually go ahead and try to play knight h4, where Arjun Erigaisi surprisingly took on e3. We don't see that happen very often. Bardia took back with an f pawn, knight f6 happened. Yeah, there is no need for black to keep the knight on d7 any longer. If anything, it's just on the way of the white squared bishop, so now the knight moves out, the bishop comes into the game, comes into g4, queen d7 happens. So all in all, it looks like a pretty safe and logical development on Erigaisi's side. He is now down a little bit of time, but well, nothing too crazy. He gets his pieces out, makes a castle, and begins trying to fight to combat knight on d5. Obviously, it's in white's best interest to keep the knight on d5 for as long as possible, as it's more of a nuisance to black pieces than anything. But in the process, white is forced to play e4, right? Because right now black has 4 attackers against the knight. White only has 3 defenders, which means that if white has a choice, either trade the knight away for one of black's white pieces or support it with a pawn. Once e4 happens, the d4 becomes extremely weak, so now black has a knight on an outpost of his own, so he goes knight d4, and eventually does end up trading the knight on d5 away, just to make sure his pieces are not as cramped. Because this knight, the knights on central outpost squares are really unpleasant to play against. So I don't blame Arjun Erigaisi for making this decision. Plus, now if anything, he can go ahead and blockade the connected passer with basically anything. Going to d6, even a knight can potentially come back. Although I don't think it's ever gonna happen, because knight is so amazing on d4. So Arjun is probably going to be using either his bishop or the queen to blockade the pawn. Bishop e3, and this is the current position of the game, where actually I prefer black's position here. And would you look at that, black is currently -1 better. Just quickly sneaking a peek at the ancient line. Actually, no, I didn't see what the ancient line looked like, but I did see the evaluation bar, and that supposedly black is doing very well. Ancient crashing my GPU? I don't think so, no. You could try running the engine on your phone and keep it off on your laptop, at least as a temporary fix. Yeah, I guess I could try doing that, yeah. Pull up my phone real quick. So for some reason my phone's camera is on. That wasn't part of the plan. Go ahead to go to Lichess/broadcast. go to the store and buy another laptop? I can't. Right now, I'm incapable of buying anything. Oops. Sorry, I did it again. I was reaching for the keyboard. My apologies. It was probably loud on your end. Sell your car. That's not gonna happen. Okay. Plus, once again, this laptop was meant for work purposes, mostly chess work purposes. So the fact that I had to spontaneously use it for streaming, you know, it was just an unfortunate timing, especially because I used to have a gaming laptop that was more than capable of holding the holding the stream together. So I don't blame my current laptop for that. But yeah, it's a good suggestion having the engine open on my phone, and it looks like in the Erigaisi's case, he does end up finding one of the best lines here by trading the bishop for the knight, breaking white's pawn structure, and then going for f5. Very quick advance. And here, I want to point out that black also had this tactic available, and it looks amazing because it wins an exchange, but in reality, it gives white a bishop pair. Also, white now has a chance of taking either one of the pawns. I feel like white would likely go with the e5 as it's a central pawn, and then if, let's say, rook e8, potentially queen g3, followed by bishop h6. So that's why, very likely, that's why Arjun Erigaisi did not go for a very plausible exchange win, because sometimes the intangible disadvantage is a bit tough to deal with than the tangible advantage. Woe to some. That's a lot of different a lot of different emotes. I really enjoy how whenever you click on emote now, it shows you who drew the emote. That's very cool. You even have Iron Mouse emotes. Haha, got him. I used to follow many VTubers, like Iron Mouse included, but I never watched any of their streams. The only VTuber that I ever watched, whose content I ever watched, like somewhat, like not a lot, but somewhat, is Gargura's singing. I think I really enjoyed the way she sang a bunch of songs, but others not so much. Hello, not so clear. Anyway, looks like India is in a very good shape, and the only the only board on the India versus Iran Iran match that's kind of questionable is Prague's game against Tabatabai. I feel like only black is the one applying pressure here, and then Prague will need to make sure that he stays safe for the sake of his team, because if he loses, it's going to be obviously tougher mentally. And board 4 also quite good for with it, seeing as black's last move, actually. So if you go all the way over here, black's last move, rook c8 is supposedly a very big mistake because it allows white to undermine black king's structure with h6, including g6 doesn't really help because now the dark squares are quite exploitable. White will and probably should play queen d2, eyeing the pawn on b4, so knight c2 becomes available, and here supposedly the black's best response here is to play f6, which is, once again, this is just some kind of weird ancient analysis that I don't exactly understand. I mean, I get it why black would want to play f6, like just to cover the dark squares, but it feels very unnatural, especially because this leads to material loss. And really, is there really no other way for black to play this? Like, that something that doesn't involve black losing pawns? That would be nice, but I guess just a bunch of weaknesses in black's position, and quite unusual to see the c-file getting exposed like this in Sicilian. I'm not sure if you guys ever saw it, but it's rare. I've seen it a couple of times. It doesn't happen very often. Usually white captures back on b3 with an a pawn. Whatever black takes on b3, white usually takes back with an a pawn. And taking back with with a b pawn, with a c pawn is quite unusual. So yeah, we do see h6, g6 being played, and I guess queen d2 is not a very difficult idea to see, right? Just kind of beginning to attack a whole bunch of weaknesses in black's position. So it's very likely that we will indeed see queen d2 played. Oh, Eric and his party of 280 people. Welcome, Raiders. Thanks, Eric, for the raid. I hope your duck championship went well. Were you playing the qualifier or one of the main events? If there are multiple, because once again, I'm not really sure about the format of those tournaments. Levon is mauling on board 4. Okay, let's take a look. Thanks for letting me know. Levon Aronian in US versus France team. Levon is wow. Yeah, this looks pretty darn good for Levon. So how did this happen exactly? This happened in French. I guess Maxime Lagarde. Okay, so yeah, this is a line where stuff can happen. I remember analyzing. Yeah, so okay, I should definitely tell a student of mine. I'm gonna actually go ahead and do it right now on stream. I'm gonna tell a student of mine that he should definitely check this game out from black side, because he plays this as black, and he recently has been having some issues playing this position from black's perspective. So I'm gonna go ahead and tell him that he needs to seriously analyze this game, because it looks amazing what Levon got. So let's take a look at how it happened. So usually black's issue here is that the king stays in the center for a bit too long, and I feel like the pawns begin getting hit. But the bishop pair is there, and apparently, you see the king is still on e8. It's crazy. Like Levon can a long castle, but then there's going to be queen a7, so the king actually is forced to stay on e8, and it doesn't look all too good. And yet I just took a sneak peek on the ancient Saval, and it's just black is just doing amazing. I guess the king is completely safe. It's one of those rare cases where you don't expect yourself to be okay, but somehow it all just kind of works out in your favor. What a fantastic game so far by Levon, showing a superb understanding of the opening ideas. All right, looks good. And in the meantime, I can see that Virit did end up playing queen d2 in his game against Poya Idani, and I would say that India is looking very, very strong on 3 out of 4 boards. The only board that's looking kind of shaky for India is Prague's board 2. Everywhere else, India is having a fairly reasonable advantage. Eric is gonna try off stream now to qualify. Okay. Okay. Let's keep looking at some of these games. How about we take a look at US board number 1, where Fabi is facing off against Maxim Vachilagrov, and this doesn't seem... What was the opening here? It feels like it was some kind of... So it was Moscow, where light squared bishops got traded off very early. And yeah, I've played this position myself as black. It's very hard to win here with either color. Very safe. Black, you know, I've already told people multiple times about these kind of structures, but because this is the advanced French structure, usually one of black's main issues is that the light squared bishop is stuck behind this pawn chain. Now the light squared bishop is not present, so black doesn't really have that many problems. The only problem black may potentially have is with the king side safety. This is why you see Fabi attempting to rush the pawns on the king side, and yet almost caught the rook, but not quite. Bishop g5 came through, and the rook got saved in the nick of time. And yeah, might be a little bit tough for black, but I don't think this is enough. I don't think it's gonna be enough for Fabi to convert this. It might be just a tiny bit of an advantage, but once again, black's position is way too solid. Maybe black doesn't even have to take the bishop and just kind of let this happen, although at this point, Fabi will most likely play b4, and the bishop on c5 is going to stay annoying. So yeah, that's probably what Fabi is trying to go for, kind of just trying to be as annoying as possible, planting the bishop on c5, blocking that open c file, and maybe going for more pawn advance on the king side. Vasily is probably going to be making a draw anytime now. Also, yeah, funny is that even if he removed both of these white pawns, it would still be a theoretical draw, as f and h extra pawns do not win. With proper defense, it is still going to be a draw for white. So yeah, this is it should be a draw, but once again, never count out the tricky rook end games, because people have lost, what am I going to be telling you guys? You guys saw Deng's game against Liem, by yourselves. Should have been a relatively easy draw, but Deng underestimated how hard it can get to draw there, and lost as a result. Dominguez is not going to be winning this game. No way. It's a complete symmetry. No extra material. Pieces are even, so that looks like a draw. But then once again, Levon is looking very, very good here, with his opponent essentially just losing a thing because the king is so exposed. Black has material advantage, holding a piece and 3 pawns for an exchange. So this game is looking good. Vasily is looking like he's going to draw. Dominguez is going to draw, and Fabi is basically going to be up to Fabi to try and not overpress, right? There's always a chance of overpressing. So it's it's a tricky stuff that even the strongest players sometimes get wrong. But let's hope it doesn't happen, and let's hope that Team USA will just play off of Levon's game, because he is clearly just going to be crushing his opponent here. Like just queen h1. I'm pretty sure there's no way that White's king should be able to survive against Black's attack. Taking a look at some of the games from China versus Romania match, this looks like Lopez, but it probably, okay, yeah, this is Italian game, and White Bishop was eventually forced back to go to g3 and then all the way to h2 even, I think, right? A fun looking knight maneuver where the knight is getting transferred from f6 to g6 takes a while, but once again, because of how solid Black's pawn structure is, they have time, right? There is no way for White to break through immediately. And with the knight on g6, black is ready to begin the pawn advance on the king, on the white king. So looks like white is turtling up, and it's definitely one of the strategies that white implements, because if black overpresses on the king side, the villages end up losing. So white is trying to make double sure that there is no funny business going on against their kings there. And I guess we're probably going to end up seeing either b takes or rook takes. Now, as I'm looking at it more and more closely, probably rook takes a6 makes a bit more sense, as a4 can potentially be used as a target, for the black rook. But b takes a6 would be just maintaining the stability of the pawn structure. So wouldn't mind it either. A very interesting game. Sneak peek into the engine eval. Obviously, it's 0-0-0, as most things should be. Obviously, as you guys can see, this is just a dead draw. Nothing more either side can do. So we'll definitely come back to this game as players are beginning to get closer and closer to time trouble. Kirill Shevchenko is facing off against Illia Nyzhnyk, and the opening that was chosen was Real Lopez. Once again, a very frequent guest in these games. With white knight quickly getting to c4, I guess makes a lot of sense, as black bishop got retreated to b6, which doesn't happen very often, right? It's either black goes a6 or a5, getting ready to hide the bishop on a7. But here, as the bishop went to b6, it can be immediately attacked by the white knight, which also led to white getting a bishop pair advantage. So once again, as the game goes on, as white manages to open things up to trade pawns in the center, the bishop pair will become stronger and stronger as the time goes by. But here it looks like white's development disadvantage might actually come into play, and black will be doing quite well here. It looks like white was forced to give the extra pawn back, and here, I don't like white's position, although it doesn't seem to be anything critical, as the engine points out. d4 is a little bit shaky. I'm not quite sure if white wants to take on d4 necessarily, because stuff on the d file may happen, but it definitely is a possibility. So it looks like Kirill Shevchenko should at least be able to survive this, but definitely black has quite a few things going very well for them, right? So black's pieces are positioned exactly where they need to be, looking towards the white king, and there might be some more action going on, especially because Kirill Shevchenko is getting dangerously low on time, only having 16 minutes or 17 minutes to make 17 moves, basically having on average 1 minute to make each move from now on. To analyze India's games? Sure, absolutely. We did see a development on Vidit's board, as he found queen d2, knight f6 happened, and he is currently completely winning according to the engine if he finds the move rook h2 e1, which I think could happen, right? It's a purely defensive move in nature, trying to defend himself against knight e4. I guess this is probably why knight c2 would be a horrible mistake, as there is now knight e4. Takes, and the knight is not getting out of here alive. c7. But this is why it's essential for white to take care of the knight e4 threat. How? Just use the rook. That's not really doing anything either way, right? So rook h e1 is or should be played. After which, the more the engine thinks about this, the more advantage it gives white. Okay, right now it's a plus 2.1 for me. And, considering all the black's weaknesses and not so much counterplay, I'm kind of beginning to see why that is. Looking at Arjun Ergais's game, we once again see a lot of action going on, and it looks like, oh my god, Arjun is completely winning here. According to the engine, if he just finds the move f3. So, okay, how did this happen? So this was the last thing we saw. And here his opponent completely underestimated the pawn advance. Yeah, so rook f2, f3 should be played, and now if bishop f1, so bishop h5, followed by queen g4, capturing the h4, beginning to hit the rook and f2. This is just a disaster for white here. That's I'm gonna say that's crazy, but you know, we all we all knew nice and well what kind of monster our legendary guys he is, and how and what kind of performance he's been showing this event. Uh, we should take a vote if you guys believe that he will win enough rating points to get into top 3 best players in the world. Right now he's in top 4, but is he gonna? I feel like if he wins most of his remaining games, he will be in top 3. Yeah, really wondering if Arjun will find the winning move. Oh yeah, well he didn't. Surprise, surprise. Played b6, which is essentially as good because all it does is it forces the white queen to c6. Now he can go queen e7, pick up the h4, and then f3 is still available to him most in most cases. So it's like he doesn't want to invest himself into putting the pawn in potential danger on f3, as it is now in a very nice pawn chain. But once again, f3 is always available, so he goes ahead and picks up the free pawn on h4, and I think it's just gonna be an easy win here for black. In before was played, he will have to play f3. Maybe he'll kind of change gears and play for the open c file now as the white queen left. But f3 would be obviously the fastest choice, the fastest way to force this game into the logical conclusion. Prague. Prague is worse. Yeah. It was obvious that Prague is going to be worse, probably for the rest of the game. His last move, b3, was not objectively best. Like he should have gone for more of an active defense with rook c5, potentially maybe trying to double something on the c file, but he goes b3, trying to turtle, understandably so. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky for him to survive this, but hopefully he manages. Black's advantage is getting a bit bigger, with Engine claiming that black is close to -1 better here. But once again, nothing tangible yet, so black cannot convert this into a tangible material gain just yet. And Gukash's game against Maksudlu. Sees Gukash still having a pretty steady 1 point of advantage, where now Gukash has to take on d6, and this you guys see where this is going, right? I think Gukash has already showed his exceptional skill operating the pair of knights versus a rook. Can he do it again? Yay or nay in the chat. What do you guys think? Can he do it again? Can he be a legendary here again? Back to back. Quite literally. He can get into the same kind of endgame in back-to-back games, both times holding the knight pair versus a rook. Nay? You don't think he can? I think he can. This is a bit different because in this case, this is more of a middle game. So knights are actually stronger in the middle game. So as long as he doesn't trade queens, I think he should be able to convert. Of course. Yeah, I think there's a high chance that he will once again convert, and we're gonna see Gukesh is completely destroying everyone with the pair of knights against the rook. Okay, so Leko has already drawn. Let's see what happened. So this was the last time that we saw his position. Yeah, and looks like his opponent was more than content with making a draw. But White tried for a little while, but his opponent did try to win. But yeah, at this point it was decided that it's not worth the trouble, and both opponents both players just took an easy way out, and that's understandable. But yeah, safe. Drawing was black when it was white. Safe. Let's take a look at maybe Richie's game here. This was the point where we left off. His opponent decided to not annoy the d3, as you know, all it takes is for white to just use the bishop to defend it. So I guess it didn't seem very effective for Hayek Martirosyan. So he decided to just kind of rearrange his pieces in a way where he can make sure the white's bishops are blocked as much as possible. Wouldn't be surprised to see g3 attempted. The engine slightly prefers this position for Richard, but you know, it's hard to advise proper plans. I guess, okay, so here Richard tries for the queenside advance. He needs to get his bishop out no matter what, right? This bishop needs to get out, and that's probably what he's trying to do. He's just trying to trade pawns, maybe play b5, and then get the bishop out through a3 in a way. Looking forward to Arjun versus Gukesh World Championship in 2026. That would be funny but oddly satisfying. They should switch the World Championship match to Backhouse match Ding and Report versus Gukesh and Jabala. What? You would run a prediction, but you already have in mind. You already have one in mind that needs to happen first. That will need to wait. Sure. Sure. So board number 3 and Hungary versus Armenia match sees Sanat Sigurov fighting hard, trying to win as white against Gabriel Sargsyan. The agent doesn't believe it's possible, but you know, never say never. I like the fact that e6 is separated. That's something to be looking out for. Also, this bishop has a potential. It's not getting there though. If black defends this properly, the bishop will never get to b6, as long as the knight stays on d5. That is. But there is some possibility. And lastly, whoa! And it's still 0-0-0. How did this happen? What's the opening? Sicilian. Aha, queen takes d4. The Chekhov variation, huh? And Benjamin Godora played it with a6. Interesting. I'm more used to black responding with bishop d7 here, but a6 is a possibility, definitely. So white is kind of trying to build a sort of Maroczy bind setup. And yeah, this might be one of those Sicilians where black king is actually going to be feeling relatively safe in the center. Whoa, giving up the c4. So a positional pawn sacrifice sees white trying to attack with all they got, and black just plays on. These pieces are not really participating, so there's always a risk for black in these types of positions. Like black needs to probably start getting the pieces out. I would say g6, bishop, g7 would be it's okay, but I wonder why the ancient believes that white is now better after g6. To me, it looks perfectly normal. I just want to get my king out of there. So yeah, quite unclear. But Benjamin Godora is a little bit down on time, and they still have 17 more moves to make until they reach the time control. How is Lobon doing? Whoa, what? The king is on e6 now. It's completely winning for black. Understandably so. Like what in the world? Okay, yeah, I would understand if there was no heavy pieces on the board, but heck, king on e6 though. All right, guys. I think it probably would be a good time for my break. So I hate leaving you guys at during the time when there's just so many critical moments about to happen, but I shouldn't take too long. I'll be back within the next 10 minutes. So thanks for watching. Stay tuned. I'll be back in 5 to 10. and I'll leave you guys observing board 1 of the open section. Don't go anywhere, I'll be right back. Just kidding. Something happened. Boards are not working. You guys saw that. I was like, oh, wait, that's not good. Wait, I will try to fix it. 1 sec. It didn't happen this time. I fixed it. Well, maybe. Honestly, I don't think I did, but it didn't happen. It didn't change on its own. Just didn't. Well, welcome back, everybody. I'm here, new cup of tea, ready to roll. Let's get these games watching. No, the games are not watching themselves. We are the ones watching the games. But I want to point out that Gukesh, maybe he just wasn't a believer. He can you guys see everything? Yeah, you guys can. Yeah, he wasn't a believer. He was like, okay, maybe you know, I shouldn't be trying to play a 2 knights versus rook kind of endgame anymore. So let me just not do that. So he played knight g4. Maksudov responded with rook d1, and then Gukesh played knight to e7, which kind of sees me a little bit confused because I'm not quite sure what in the world is going on here, as I have really hard time calculating. Supposedly white is okay, but white has to play bishop takes g7, and after knight f5, queen f4, knight g7, rook takes b6. This is relatively equal. I don't know what to think. Yeah, I understand white has 3 pawns for the piece, but man, I wouldn't be very sure that I'm okay here if I'm playing this as white. I don't think. I mean, it obviously is going to depend on whether Maksudov, whether Parham can come up with something else. But I have my doubts. I don't think that we'll see that line, honestly, unless there is nothing else, which then we will. But no problem since switching to phone engine. Yeah, but this OBS, this connection thing, it's yeah. In all fairness, it didn't come back ever since I had my engine off. But if something is telling me that it's not because of it, once again, I could be wrong. Hello, Peru. Gukesh game outcome, 10 minutes to vote. I'm voting. I'm voting for Gukesh. Wait. Oh, I can keep voting. Oh, it's a gambling thing. You can win channel points if you vote. I see. That's cool. But yeah, Gukesh forever. Oh yeah, I looked at his game while in restroom, and it's basically as I said. So even if this pawn dies, right? Even if white loses the pawn, if you imagine that the pawn on b7 doesn't exist and white's rook is on a8, it's still a draw. And that's because a bunch of checks on the side are available. It could become a little tricky, but it shouldn't be. Like I feel like this is easier to draw because black's only way to make progress here is to push the king up, right? Obviously, black cannot put the king onto any of the open files because if he does, then, well, too bad. Go next, white wins, right? Because check and white promotes first. Which means that the only way for black to make progress here is to play king f3, in which case I think the simplest draw is to just play rook f8 and flip the b7 for f5. Right now, I feel like you would probably agree that this is relatively easy to draw for white because the corner pawn, the rook file pawn, is almost never wins in rook endgames, as there is no space to its right, so it's very hard for black to get the king in there and then to keep it pushed up. So this is a very simple draw. But even if white goes rook a8, you guys can't see it, but this is also a draw now. not with rook a3, because supposedly king g4, and then if white keeps trying to check from the side, black will block it with the f pawn. So here, actually, if as long as you keep the rook waiting and hiding, as soon as f4 happens, you go king h2, and you want to make sure your king, the black king, is unable to hide behind the f4 pawn. So as soon as the black king goes up, you can go ahead and check, and now king goes back, or if king goes to e3, you can check on c3 also, making sure the king is as far away from the f4 pawn as possible. And now at some point you do need to make sure that your rook has room to check, to keep checking. So going to a2, and now there is no escaping the checks for the black king. The funny thing is that even the pawn endgame is a draw at this point, because white king is able to hold both pawns by itself. So yeah, it's a pretty trivial draw right now, because once again, black's only way to make anything happen is to go to f3 with the king, and that allows white to trade b7 for f5, which just immediately kills any winning chances. So I guess white's just gonna keep the king in the corner. Rook g7 doesn't matter. We can go king h2. We're just playing a waiting game here. Although here, okay, so I guess that's probably what Wesley is playing for. Okay, so maybe it's not that simple, because okay, now rook g7. Yeah, this is cool. You see blocking. Oh, but no, but okay. Yeah, but okay. Yeah, no. Now we have a very standard Fyodor defense, right? Fyodor defense technique is when you keep your king on the 3rd or on the 6th rank, depending on which side you're defending from, waiting for your opponent's pawn to reach that said rank. So in this case, it's the 3rd rank. As soon as the pawn reaches the 3rd rank, your rook goes all the way down and begins checking the king from behind. That's another very common drawing technique. You basically want to make sure that your opponent's king is not close to the extra pawn, right? So you want to make sure the king is as far away from the pawn as possible, because without king's help, usually extra pawns don't get promoted. If you have looked at some of the rook games before, you might have noticed that it's very uncommon for a pawn to be promoted without king's help. And so by checking the king away from the pawn far enough, you're basically making sure that the pawn never promotes and you never lose, because it never promotes. Where can you buy Fabi's uniform in size XL? I wish I knew. By the way, we have some new development on board 1, where Parham did end up going for this position with 3 pawns for the piece. So while I thought that Gukesh might be in a pretty good shape to try and win this game once again, now we cannot be so sure. Position has become very unclear. White has full compensation. White has 2 connected pass pawns on the queen side. White has, some pressure, right? Rook on b6 is looking quite annoying. And what's more important, Gukesh needs 14 moves in 5 minutes. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, the good news is that Virit Virit's game is pretty much a done deal. Well, not quite, but it's going to be very close to just being completely winning here. So that should give them some cushion. And Arjun Erigaisi is also completely winning. So looks like India is going to be doing quite well on boards 3 and 4. Boards 2 and 1 are a little bit shaky, but it should be possible for Prague to survive. And as we can see, Tabatabai has already lost most of the advantage, as the position is now equal for Prague. But once again, Prague, having just mere seconds on his clock, having to make 12 more moves, defending this difficult position, very unpleasant. And the time trouble, gets to the Indian players, as you guys can tell. Gukesh seems off. Well, there's a lot of complications involved. So Prague seems unfazed. know, most of the top players will seem unfazed to you on camera. What matters is what's going on inside, but you can never tell, and you will never be able to tell. So yeah, definitely an unclear match situation. I would say India is leading because board 3 and 4 are just just seeing Indian players having a crushing advantage. It doesn't mean that they will win, but they should win if everything goes according to plan. Looks like we have 3 draws on the first 3 boards of Hungary versus Armenia match, and here we have this game still ongoing where Benjamin Gladura is enjoying an extra pawn, but what's not very enjoyable for him is the fact that his kingside pieces are stuck and require some development to be done. But the central pawns are keeping his opponent's pieces at bay for now, but it's never clear how long it's going to last for. Benjamin Gladura has pulled ahead in terms of time management, so now he has 13 minutes versus his opponent's 9. Not a big advantage, but definitely the one that can make you feel a bit more confident. Confident boost sometimes improves your performance. If you feel like things are going well for you, you're gonna start calculating faster, you're gonna play better, it's all gonna fall into place. But if you're upset that maybe you screwed up previously, then it may affect your performance. And so this is I always strongly suggest people to live in the present and try as much as possible to not think about what happened in the past, especially during the game, because that's you hindering your own performance by doing so. Alexei Serrano not really struggling as much anymore because, well, his opponent failed to pick up the pawn on h5, and actually right now it's a material balance. No one is up anything. The pawn on h5 should be surviving as soon as it reaches h4, having some potential support from the bishop. So yeah, all in all, it doesn't seem like Nyzhnyk will be converting this advantage, though white is still technically better, but Nyzhnyk has no time, and I would say he lost momentum, right? So here, at this point, Nyzhnyk had a lot of momentum going on his way, so he let it slip during one of these moves. And we'll see. Anything is still possible. Board 1, where Abdusattorov is playing Alexander Predke. Abdusattorov is doing quite well in this extremely close pawn structure, holding 2 knights against the bishop pair. One of those exceptions from the common rule where knights will outperform the bishops. This knight on g6 looks like an absolute monster. Look at it. Blocking the g5, attacking f4 and h4, but essentially forcing white to use two pieces, trying to hold those pawns together. This looks just kind of very pretty to me. And the problem is how do we make progress as black? Even if black does absolutely nothing, I'm almost 100% positive that white will just have to keep defending. And so if black ever wants to draw, it will happen, no problem. But I'm sure Abdusattorov will try to push, especially since his opponent is falling low on time. So now we know, ladies and gentlemen, that my OBS disconnecting likely has very little to do with me using the Lichess engine. Once again, my deepest apologies for this. I'm looking at my GPU and CPU usage graphs, and there was a massive spike in both just now. And unsurprisingly so, it correlates with the precise time for when my OBS got disconnected. Yeah, sometimes we just gotta reload the stream real quick, to to make sure that we get the best analysis possible. We just gotta do a little out F4 kind of action. No, don't press that. Out F4 is gonna close your window currently. For all of you who don't know, don't try it at home. We just had 1,300 people watching the stream. Now we only have 405. After Ilya mentioned out F4 key combo. That is unfortunate. Okay. So we see a bunch of trades. Not quite sure how I'm feeling about this. I guess it's good for black. As now after this capture, if white captures back with a pawn, this will be a new target, right? Now, how does black transfer the knight to attack that? Would have to be there. Is it even physically possible to get the knight over to c7? Maybe a7? But it takes forever. I don't think that's a good idea. This might not be enough, honestly. The chance that this is not enough. All right, so let's take a look at some of the other games. So we see Levon Aronian has successfully ended his opponent's suffering as the king has eventually died in the middle of the board. There's a checkmate coming. Very nice. Wesley So has drawn his game. Makes sense. Yeah, easy enough. And Linear Dominguez is still trying to apply any kind of pressure, but, this just looks like a mission impossible to me. So probably just going to be a draw here. And Fabi is... hopefully he's not going to overpress. But it does seem like he's currently the one trying, especially after rook d7 happens. We're going to see some Pac-Man action. Let's take a look at what the engine believes is right. So after rook d7, black would have to find... Actually, black doesn't have to find anything. Even taking on c5 is okay. As after this capture. What if d4? Everything is a draw. It's kind of weird. No matter what black does, it's all going to be a draw. That's not fun. Just rook a8. And supposedly white doesn't have enough to win this, but once again, Team US doesn't really need this board to finish in Fabi's favor. All Team USA probably cares about right now is how to make sure that neither one of the boards loses by an accident. Shouldn't be happening once again. It will take a massive blunder for both of these two to end poorly for Lanier and Fabi, but it's not impossible, as we all know. We've seen it before. One farming points. He needs it. Chinese team is wow. I have no idea what's happening here. The h file is now exposed. The h2 is currently well guarded. But what is a big pawn doing on h2? That's not a real bishop, is it? White's final move, d4, was meant to discourage Black's bishop from applying any more pressure. But once again, it's tough to say what's happening here. Yes, White is currently up a pawn. No, White can't use it. No, White cannot use this pawn for anything. If it moves, I'm pretty sure White just dies. So it has to keep standing on g3, otherwise both positions are quite solid. Weird game, we'll come back to it. Whoa. Kirill Shevchenko facing fearless attack by Yu Yanggui. Very, very dangerous. As I mentioned previously, the stuff on the d file, if White does end up taking on d4, things may happen, and it looks like they are happening. Missing a whole piece, though, for a pawn, but Black is currently quite comfortable, given that White doesn't have some magical defensive maneuver to right all their wrongs, which I don't think is the case. Though what's Black's threat? Maybe something like knight h3, yeah? It's trying to play rook a2, but then still knight h3. Unclear. King h2 was played by Kirill. This is looking very iffy. Not a big fan. Very, very iffy looking position. If White has to take on e6, though White pieces oftentimes are better than rooks, in this case, I feel like rooks are way, way better than the White pieces. So something is telling me that this might just be lost for White, as it's close to impossible to just hold this position together. Ivanchuk, let's take a look. What's up with Ivanchuk? Aha. Ooh, Ivanchuk went all out. How did that happen? This was one of those weird Slav-like positions. Hey, Ivanchuk took no prisoners in this game. White has a bishop pair, but White could never catch a break. The king was under constant attack. No time to be using the bishop pair advantage. Wow, what a game. And obviously, it is winning for Black, though. There still needs to be a couple of accurate moves done. I'm pretty sure Vasily should be more than capable of converting here, holding a queen against a rook and a piece. Winnable. Again, Ukrainian team made 2 draws on boards 2 and 3, and I feel like this is probably a critical game to see where worst comes to worst, White will just take on c8 and then take on f6, and if anything, even if White can't win this, though I think White is the one trying because of because of the pawns. Yeah, king g8 only move, okay. I feel like there's just nothing better than just to take on c8. But White is the one trying because, once again, 2 connected passers likely, gives White some practical winning chances, though I'm not sure how strong they are. My laptop keeps making piece capturing noises, I guess, just because some of the games are open on the main page, and it's even though it's weird, I'm in this game right now, so don't make a sound from some other games. Oops, that was a big mistake. My apologies. I did not mean to press that. Okay, now we're back. We're back. Let's take a look at this position here. Okay, so looks like a lot has happened. f5 happened, and then we saw a knight trade and a rook trade. So I feel like generally trading into the endgame is going to favor White more, because White wants to have pawns versus just a knight. Pawns will be stronger than a knight more often than not. So yeah, this can maybe get ugly for Gukesh. I guess just h5, right? Just like let's not lose any more pawns. Just h5. Let me quickly go over to that game. Oh wait, what? No way. Yeah. Oh my god. No way. There's no way to escape either checkmate or losing a lot of material here for white. I was still in a kind of defensive mood, thinking that, you know, if black takes it easy, it should be relatively, you know, simple task to not lose this and to not let this take, you know, get taken into the endgame. But rook d1 just kills white. Oh my god. Well, why did I only vote for Gukesh with 30 channel points? I should have voted. I should have bet a lot more. Ivanchuk, the famous streamer. Well, what has Ivanchuk ever streamed chess before? Aman Kashari on YouTube saying Gukesh seems off. What about now? Well, maybe like this could be seen as pure luck and nothing else. But darn, white just is instantly dead. So here, the best move for white is to play queen e3, giving up the queen. When you are in the zone, when you're playing well, then you're also getting extremely lucky when you need it. And this seems to be the case. Oh my god. What a massive, massive upset. And Erigaisi has already won his game with Prague drawing. This everything just is going India's way. That's crazy. With it will probably also draw anytime now. So Tabatabai failed to convert the intangible advantage, eventually settling for a draw. Virit having triple pawns on the b file is definitely the one trying to win, although I'm not sure if this is converted. Well, yeah, my internet is fine. I've been checking my internet for a while now. Once again, my apologies. This is stream reset number 4 of today. At this point of time, I can only there's only 2 things I can do, and that's to keep apologizing and you know, kind of laughing about it, because today has been way worse than any other day, and I'm not sure why. Everything looks good on my end. This time it wasn't even like my GPU didn't spike. My CPU did spike. Yeah, I don't know. Back again. Yeah, it only happens. It's so annoying. It only happens for just a couple of seconds. He would analyze the games. He would take a good care of the lion's share of the winnings. Don't worry. Oh my god. Hiya. What a big mistake. Should have bet more. But you never know. You never know how these things are gonna go. Parham Maksudlu pointlessly trying to find something to hope for, some way to stay alive, but it's not there. Oh boy. You know, when it works out, it works out. You know, when you're in the zone, you're doing well, you're playing well. Not only are you winning because you're playing well, you're also getting lucky when you need it, and you will keep winning. This feels so much like the activities that I would get myself busy with over the past couple of months. Feels very similar to that. That's just how life works, I guess. 420 viewers in the chat. Nice. Welcome, everybody. We are currently witnessing yet another complete domination of the Indian team as Gukesh is about to beat his opponent with black pieces, no less. Absolutely demon performance by the Indian team here. This concludes the match with Witt also having a winning position in his game. So the overall match score can be as bad as 3.5 for the Iranian team, and that should probably never ever happen at this stage of the tournament. It's going to be a complete wipeout, but that's probably what we're going to end up looking at, to be honest, as you know, there's just no. They're probably going to end up seeing a resignation here soon from Parhan because there's just no way to defend against this Queen f1. He tries Rook b3, but no. Should be fairly simple to end this for Gukesh. Queen f1, Queen f1, Queen f1, Queen h1. The king is just going to start running, and it's not going to be getting too far. So it is what it is. I'm happy for the Indian team once again. Let's actually take a look at how the women's Indian team is doing. Okay, so Harika Dranavali seems to be struggling a little bit. This might be, yeah, this might be a little bit of a struggle. How about a lot of bit of a struggle? Yeah, go one step higher. Rook c6 was just such a massive threat that Harika was forced to play passively. And once you're down a pawn, especially in the endgame, and you have to play passively, yeah, no bueno. Okay, so here we might be able to see an upset. We might be able to see two upsets as a Polish board 2, seeing Monika Sochko playing against Vaishali Rameshbabu, has an extra pawn in the rook endgame, so definitely winnable situation for Monika. Let's see if there's anything. Oh my god, Divya Desmukh is pushing. She has pretty much a winning position, right? Wait, no. Yeah, no, yeah. So Divya is pushing to, I guess, at least Divya's game might be what pulls black out of this hole. What about board 4? Board 4 has seen some development, and I'm not quite sure who to root for in this case. It has become really weird. White having like an absolute minimal advantage of plus 0.3 here. It doesn't mean anything in my mind. Anything can still happen. All the options are still on the table. But Agro Avantika is in a little bit of a time predicament, though. She only needs to make 2 more moves. So let's see if India can continue acing both sections, because so far this seems like it might be, you know, Polish team might be able to put an end to it in the women's section. Let's take a look at Gukesh's final moves as he is delivering the killing blow to Parham. And goes for Rook d5, correctly so, as Knight h5 has no defense. We need to, I guess, just mate in 2. Mate in 2. Check. No, that's not it. Check. Takes. Mate. Boom. Next wave of Indian players will be brutal. Well, yeah. If most people have this much trouble dealing with the current wave, imagine what's going to happen during the next one. When children are born in India, they're enrolled in a chess club, and if they don't reach the level of an international master by the age of 3, they are transferred to a cricket club instantly. Oh boy. I think this is it. We see zeros on Barham's clock. His final moments, and it is official. Ladies and gentlemen, India has won yet another match in the open section. And as it just continues on its full wipe out campaign. Okay, Queen h1 is not a double question mark move. Alright, engine, chill. None of these moves are double question mark moves. It's still winning fairly easily for black. It's a wipe out. It's a complete wipe out. This is crazy. Wipeouts should never happen at this stage of the event. They just don't happen, right? How? How is this wipeout happening right now? Maybe actually it's not that simple now as I'm thinking about it. That's why Vered is also contemplating his options, because yeah, he needs to start with a check. Oh my god, very smart. What a smart guy. And now he goes for this because now it's a force mate. The only thing I can do right now is just throw hands in disbelief. This is where you say you can't pay out the predictions because you voted in it. Well, that's how it works. Any of the rook moves are now winning, as long as white can get second rook over to the 7th rank. The game is over. It's official. We see mate, force mate in 12. Oh boy. There is no stopping them. I guess I can't help it, but see how Hikaru was right. Hikaru was preaching about it, and it's official. Reddit has won the game. It's 3.5-half. It's 3.5-half. India playing against Iran, where the average rating difference is about 40 points. It's 3.5-half match. Oh my god, what's happening? What a killing spree for Indian players. I'm just shocked. I'm still in a state of shock. But anyway, let's not over dramatize. There's still 3 more matches to be played. Plenty of ways to screw up. So I should probably stop preying on India just for now, and we should leave it for for when the term is actually over, and for when India has inevitably scored 11 points out of 11 possible. Because I think that that's, honestly, at this point, I truly believe that we're gonna see in India, at least in the open section, scoring 100%. Okay. In the meantime, we do have quite a few more interesting games to look at. I guess. Okay, so unfortunately, Liem did end up losing to Magnus because Liem had a leak of judgment where he believed that him winning 3 pieces for the queen is going to be a good trade, but unfortunately, Liem probably didn't realize how important the pawns are in this case, and he ends up like losing all of the queen side pawns. and they just run over, and there's nothing he can do. You see, Magnus doesn't even bother. With much just keeps the pawns moving, and eventually the game is lost. So unfortunate for Lim, but as far as I could see, his teammates have been doing quite well. Okay, this game will probably be ending in a draw, but over here, Grandmaster Aryan Tari is completely lost against his opponent on board 3. Right, so this is over. They have both made time control, and this position is winning by force for white. Right, so here, this is where the Vietnam equalizes, and now, remember guys how we thought that Black was in a massive trouble in this game on board number 4? Somewhere at this point, Black is much worse, but then look at what happens. White messes up, allows counterplay, and all of a sudden, the position is now unclear. I don't know who is better here. It's opposite cover bishop, middle game. Looks like white is the one pressing, but you never know. Oh my god, it's 0-0-0. It's been roughly equal for a while now. But this is anyone's game, and both players have made it to time control successfully. Let's see. Vietnam can deliver yet another upset, potentially. As so far, this match looks quite even to me. Ching. Oh shoot! Wait, what? Was I supposed to get something? I don't know. Like I didn't get any notification in the channel or something that I got the payout. Interesting. Quote. Scammed question mark? Where are my channel points? Anyway, let's move on and take a look at some of the other matches. We see a couple of results in this Germany versus Croatia match, and it looks like bad news for Croatian players as both their board 3 and board 4 have already lost. And Black got checkmated in this game, and in this game, wow, Black said, "Hold my long castle," and went on the all-out offensive. H5, F5, knight g4. Wow, knight e3. What a game! No offense to player with white pieces, but we gotta give praise where praise is due, and this game definitely should be along the games for some wonderful attacking patterns. And so Croatia in a must-win. It doesn't seem like there's going to be any chance of that happening, as Grandmaster Ante Brkic is struggling to survive in this rook endgame against his opponent Vincent Kiemer. Might be possible, but once again, Black is currently down 2 pawns, so you never know. And this pawn is also pinned. Actually, here White is having triple pawns on the f-file and the rook endgame. Quite unusual, but looks like Germany will be safe in terms of making sure that the match is won. Yeah, on all boards, Germany is pressing. Even on this board, Dmitry Kollars is definitely the one pressing, as his pawn structure is better. He has a better shot at making his pawns, make a difference with this push. And while I am always advertising the strengths of a bishop, and especially when it gets to work together with a rook, but in this case I'm afraid that the knight and rook are exactly where they need to be, and the white king is extremely passive, and it's essentially stuck on g1. So if it needs to be somewhere, it can't. It physically can't go. Let's take a look at some of the lower boards, and let's see how Vasily Ivanchuk is threading against his opponent. Big advantage here for Vasily, understandably so. Queen is a good piece, so should be able to convert this. Volodymyr Onyshchuk is trying his best. You're likely gonna see something like bishop f5 being played, just to make sure the king doesn't get out of his little box, and white will most definitely go on and push the connected passers here. Yeah, apparently white is completely winning this. I would say the bishop f5 is the move to look for. It's one of the good moves. I guess maybe white just doesn't even have to do that. Maybe they can just go, and that's gonna be good enough to win. All right, so Ukraine is looking good, and going back to the women's section, board number 1. Feels like Alina Koshlinskaya has let some of her advantage go, as knight was completely stuck on h4 a couple of moves back. Yeah, so here a couple of moves back, black knight was indeed stuck on h4, but now it's out and there's some counterplay. But you know, practically speaking, white may still win this, although I would say it has now become much more difficult to do so if you're white. Here we have a complete domination by the Polish player, looking good for Poland, as this board seems to be winning after h4. Divya seems to be also winning, as she just has an extra pawn that's also passed, a better pawn structure, and knight that's going to be dominating over the bishop. So this game should be resulting in India's favor. Also here, some good development for the Indian player. Move 41. Time control has been passed. Some freedom on the B file, as she played a3 correctly so, and then just retreated the bishop, allowing her to go for some ideas against the a5 pawn. I like this change. I think it favors white, and the engine tends to confirm my suspicions. Okay, so India may still end up winning this match, given Harika survives on board 1, Divya wins, and if this game ends in the victory of the Indian player, even in the women's section, India will continue having a perfect score. We go all the way down and try to look at women's US team. Carissa Yip is looking quite solid here. It's going to be a challenge to win, but obviously she is the one in command, as she has a lot of pressure against the isolated pawn on d4. But you know, white is trying their best to be safe, giving the d4 pawn as much protection as humanly possible. It's going to be a long game, as I'm assuming. Carissa will be trying to win here. To no avail as of right now, but we are probably going to end up seeing a lot more moves being played in this position. In the meantime, somehow, but Irina Krush managed to win her game. Remembering a little bit that she was somewhat in trouble here. I guess the Greg's gift stuff, now it's working, but what's the solutions then after e5? Apparently maybe black can just play h6? No. Maybe f5? It has to be something crazy. Or just take? Yeah, just take and then play g6, and e5 is... Yeah, e5 is hard to defend. So her opponent played a bit too cautiously, it seems, and Irina took over the game, making amazing use of her opponent's really poorly placed knight on h5. Essentially just destroying black. Easy enough. Nice game by Irina, giving her team a pretty much needed advantage. But looks like everyone else on women's US team is doing quite well here. Alice Lee definitely is applying a lot of pressure having a fantastic knight on c4. All of white pieces are placed on the first rank, not ideal. I think Ellis should be winning this. Like, this feels a completely winning endgame, just because of how bad white's pieces are placed. And Anna Zatonsky already drew with white, unfortunately, but looks like she didn't really have any reasonable chance of hoping for anything other than win. Oh, other than a draw, sorry, my apologies here. We need to could have run into an a3, so good thing this didn't happen. Her opponent played rook c6, and eventually a bunch of trades occurred. Although, yeah, Anna was a bit close to yeah, but even the final position is quite questionable, and it's interesting to see that her opponent took a draw while Anna was was having 40 seconds on her clock and in a not so clear position, but her opponent seemed like she overestimated white's counterplay, though white does have a bishop pair. You know, bishop pairs are great. So looking good all in all. Team US is leading 1.5-half. Alice Lee is winning, and Carissa may or may not win. It's going to depend on whether he successfully squeezes out some more mistakes from her opponent. Going back to the Open, I feel like this is probably a good critical game to be looking at, as this game decides the match between Hungary and Armenia, and it looks like Robert Hovhannisyan is in a big trouble, as you know, being down a pawn and now having to fully commit to defending himself. Yeah, Robert is something has gone seriously wrong. So I guess somewhere along the way there was a possibility that White didn't see and that allowed Black to consolidate, right? So this is what I keep telling people about it. If you don't attack properly once you've given up material, your opponent gets his pieces out. Exactly. See, Black got his pieces out. The game just ends instantaneously. Black pieces are now so well placed. Black is up a pawn. There's nothing wrong with anything that Black anything about Black's position is just makes perfect sense. All the pieces, all the pawns, everything is perfectly aligned. And looks like Benjamin might be the turning point in his team's victory. Let's see if he can get it done. Because however big the advantage may be, it still takes quite a bit of effort to win winning positions. As you guys may know, that's one of the more important skills out there. You can get a winning position in many different ways, but the most important skill of it all is to actually convert the big advantage into a win. Taking a quick look at Uzbekistan versus Serbia, I am personally enjoying the progress that Norderberg has made so far. It looks a lot more promising now, as there is some ways to infiltrate White's position through the a4. The pawn is dead. There's no way to defend it. Once Black Rook is on a4, White will lose the ability to trade the f3 rook. So if White wants to if White wants to trade the f3 rook, they need to do it now. But I feel like this is still not great, as in this line, f4 falls and h4 does as well. So this feels completely lost, as after h4, the e5 will fall, the g5 will fall. It's a domino effect. Pawns get disconnected and just die one after the other. So very tough defense awaits White here. Not sure if I believe in it, especially because Alexander Predke is about to reach his second time pressure, since the half an hour extra has already been added, as players did reach move 40. This is move 44. White is about to make their move 45 and is already falling really short on time. If you have a difficult defense against ahead of you, and you have no time, you're not. Let's face it. Chances are you're not gonna succeed in defending yourself. You have no time, right? Your opponent will keep hitting you where it hurts the most, and you'll keep having to respond with perfect defensive moves, and it's hard to to keep perfection going when you're so down on time. Alexei Serrano, yeah, so Alexei managed to transpose into a drawish opposite bishop endgame. Despite the fact that white is up 2 pawns, this position is a draw, as there is no way for white to make progress and push the pawns up. b4 would be the obvious choice, which now sees white having double pawns. This opposite color bishop endgames are oftentimes do end in draws because you don't have pieces to help you get rid of the blockading pieces in your opponent's position. So in this case, the king on b6 doesn't ever have to move because white doesn't have a piece that is physically able to attack the dark square, and so black king just keeps sitting on b6, and since white's advantage is these two guys, since they can't pass through the black king's blockade, there's nothing to be playing for, and so the game just ends in a draw. And same goes for white's attempt to play king a4, as in this case. Once again, the b4 square is going to be completely blocked off by either black king or black bishop, so the game is going to end in a quick draw either way. Otherwise, even if white tries to go like around, the bishop is just going to keep annoying. Oh, so actually here bishop d2 is actually quite strong because it also begins threatening bishop e1. So white would have to play something like this, and then yes, eventually white will get rid of the black bishop. But now there is no way to create, a pass pawn. Currently the c3 is a pass pawn. It can't get through the king, right? So it can't be promoted. And if you try to play b4, once again, it's first of all you're losing one of your extra pawns, and second of all, black still keeps their king on b4 in the dark square that your extra pawns cannot get by. So, good defense by Alexei Serrano, but unfortunately for Serbia, it seems that Alexander Pretke is very likely to be losing this game. Although, yeah, I actually like what Alexander Pretke has come up with. He plays g6, which is a correct move actually, because after f takes, there's rook g3, and white suddenly gets a lot of counterplay on the g file. So very well done by Alexander, not waiting to slowly be dying to black's rooks coming in. And it looks like Benjamin Gledler has already won his game, as his opponent resigned after trading the queens. Understandably so, because rook takes f6, the f2 pawn is next in line to be eaten, and then there's also knight e2 fork threat. So it's just hopeless. There is no way for white to defend themselves and or have any kind of counterplay or initiative, so the game just ends. So congratulations to the Hungarian team who managed to beat their I think they were pretty close rating wise. Yeah, the rating difference between these two teams was kind of negligible, I would say, although Hungary was probably slightly ahead on average. But and yet still a very difficult match, like in just in the last final nick of time, Benjamin managed to turn it around in his game and giving his team so needed victory. So now I guess we already have pretty much an automatic pairing for the next round, where Hungarian team will be facing off against India. As far as I know, it hasn't happened yet. Just to double check, let me go to chess results. Well, no, they have already played. My apologies. So, wait, so India has already played Hungary, meaning that the pairings are still open for interpretation. India has played Hungary in round number 6. Oh my god, Gukesh. Gukesh has 6.5 out of 7. What the heck? And Arjun Erigaisi has 7.5 out of 8. Wow, I just can't believe. It's very hard to believe in this kind of performance, especially when these people play someone, you know, in terms of like rating difference and level. They're playing people approximately their level and they're beating them, and it looks so easy, making it look so easy. Okay, so this is the I would say that this is the critical game of the match for these teams, because the only other game running will be ending in a draw. So it's all up to Alexander Pratke to survive this game, and if he succeeds, the team result will be a tie, and if he loses, the Uzbekistan team will be winning the match. Okay. And honestly, if Uzbekistan team wins the match, then they will be the ones playing India. So that's going to be fun. It's going to be one young team against another young team. Interesting. $39 for Nyzhnyk against Alexander's 7 minutes and 46 seconds. Thinking about Black's possibilities here. As we already know, taking on g6 would be a big mistake. Playing f6 would be a disastrous mistake, as now White gets to promote. So I guess the way Black should be playing this is by not touching the pawn on g6. But then, what's the advice? I was originally just thinking to take here. Let's see if now White captures with a check. Black is going to recapture, and here White cannot take. Cannot take with a rook because this leads into a first of all, Black can just begin capturing the pawns, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure this pawn endgame should be lost for White. Here. Actually, no, it's not, right? Because White. No, actually, no, it is. It is. Yeah. Can't play king c5, so Black ends up picking up a pawn. This is the winning pawn endgame now. So at this point, White would have to take back with a pawn, and Black can transpose into something like this, where the Black rook is clearly a big favorite when it comes to, you know, comparing the rooks, and it looks like this is indeed the line that we're having here to king f7. Supposedly this wasn't the way to go though for Black. No, actually, yeah, the ancient doesn't really like the capture, saying that now Black can't win. But the question is how will White be holding? So rook g3 has to be, rook g3 is a must. If you don't play rook g3, you get mated. Apparently, this is not like I would. Yeah, I don't blame Nyzhnyk for thinking that this. Oh, maybe it's because rook d2. Hiya. If not for rook d2, then d4 would stay alive, and we would see probably a win for Nyzhnyk. But because of the rook d2 in the end, one of the very few cases where transposing into the pawn endgame while being down a pawn is not lost, is not losing for you, because the white king is way too close, and you're just gonna have, you know, a position that's physically impossible to win for either side. But yeah, oh, rook g3 is happening, and if Black doesn't take on these, okay, so if Black does something else, if Black goes for the b5, then the white rook is just gonna be in the turn. Okay, well. Yep, here we go again. What can I do? What can I possibly do? Like it could be like what, like so many things can be causing this. Hardware, software, faulty wires, the fact that my laptop is plugged in. There's just so many things plugged into my laptop, so maybe it just cannot handle, you know, all these devices pulling in some, you know, some weight on overall performance. Like I wouldn't know, but it's definitely something with the laptop. Oh, come on. Radioactive, radioactive. Yeah, engine was running. It happened even when the engine wasn't running previously. So yeah, I don't think that's because of that. I'll just for you, I'll keep it off, just to make sure you guys are not, you know, just to make sure that you guys are feeling false sense of security. Let's check this third tab, and check Mafaza's game. Is this Mafaza's first victory on the event? Playing against Italian game, and Mafaz was actually playing against international master from Morocco. Finally, it worked out in his favor. Well, this could be a puzzle, right? This position could quite literally be used as a learning experience. Obviously not knight d5 because just knight f5 and queen h4 or queen h5 and black is mated. But if queen d5, a domination of a knight over the rook. It's funny how most engines just end the line, even though they're saying, oh, white is close to winning, but somehow the line ends as black move. Doesn't make much sense, but what the line is actually makes a lot of sense to me. So his opponent missed on a wonderful opportunity to create a chess masterpiece. After this, Mafaz was able to swiftly take over the game and just locking in his opponent's pieces in place. White can't move. Eventually, queen and a knight working together. Would you look at that? Who would have thought that queen plus knight is such a great piece synergy? Passive defense doesn't lead to anything good in this case. How can Lichess engine crash the stream? It shouldn't. It probably isn't anything that has to do with Lichess in any way. It's probably my machine just having some either software or hardware, difficulties keeping up with the stream's load. That's a more likely scenario. But yeah, pretty nice game once again. There could have been a possibility for a chess masterpiece here with white having this sacrifice available, but oh no, for very solid game by Mafaz. Good for him. So this happened. It looks like Alexander Pratke has found the only line that keeps him alive. It's nice when you're playing position, you're struggling, but then you only have one way to stay alive, and miraculously it just saves you. You don't really have any other moves that keep you going. There's only this one way, and yet that's enough to survive. Gotta be the best feeling. Just because it's easy to come up with only moves, right? Whenever you only have one possible response to not lose on the spot, right? It's easy. You just kind of keep playing this one move that's available to you, and kind of hope for the best. And sometimes it's enough. So it looks like this match might be ending in a draw unless Norderbeck pulls off some unreal win in this drawish rook endgame. The US team won their match 2.5-half. Chinese team is kind of still trying, but yeah. So Shevchenko should be losing here. So rook g6 forces the rook trade, and then the b4 falls. So that sees black being up 2 pawns in the rook endgame. That should be more than enough to win. Sometimes even with just a singular pawn, this position would be possible to win for black, but in this case, 2 extra pawns should be way more than enough. So here, chances are that China will be winning on this board. And on this board, we're looking at a drawn rook endgame where white is up a pawn, but it's not enough because in this case, black rook is a bit too active, which ensures that white king will never ever reach the b pawn, and therefore can never help it promote. And that's once again a very, very important factor in rook endgames that you guys should all remember about. If your king is unable to help your pawn promote, chances are that you're not winning. You're not going to win the rook endgame. But still, looks like it's going to be a fairly close fight. But China should be winning this match. Okay, so in the meantime, Vietnam has a pretty close one here, with this game being fairly equal, I would say. And board number 4 game, once again seeing some unusual developments, but all in all, this feels like only black can win. I don't think white wants to start pushing stuff on the queen side because the king is there, and same goes for black. It's like tough to find ways for both sides to push up their pass pawns. But there is still a room for both improvement and big mistakes. So I feel like Vietnamese team still has pretty decent practical chances to win the match overall, given that their player with black pieces wins this game. Anish Giri having material advantage over his opponent, but white is holding off against any potential breakthroughs. Pawn structure is solid. The knight is holding h3. This rook is holding a4. So black is really struggling to find ways to crack white's defense open. I would say something like this, and maybe potentially even taking on c4 to just kind of make sure that the pawn chains go away. And it looks like, so it looks like we're witnessing a big upset, because a Georgian team has already won their games on boards 2 and 3. So 1-4 is Jordan lost his game with white pieces. And Queen's Gambit accepted. I always knew the opening is fantastic, by the way. Keep playing it, everyone. So One Forest had a small edge. They've seen this game somewhere, yeah? This feels so much like Irina Crush's game with white. And yeah, are we about to witness One Forest blundering again? Because that's exactly what it feels like. He has a lot of time on his clock, a much better position. He goes for e5. And then knight takes e5, which is a big, big blunder. Oh my god, rook f3, and just ends the game on the spot, just blundering a piece like this. What is happening to Jordan? Right? This is not the first time that he made a massive blunder, and his opponent doesn't even have to think about it too hard, right? So boom, rook f3 comes in. The game essentially just ends on the spot. That's just heartbreaking. Losing like this. And then Erwin Lamy losing as black on board 3. Yeah, that's just an absolute collapse of the Dutch team here. This game seems a bit more, yeah, we've seen this before, right? We've seen this, and we said that it could be anyone's game, but black, all in all, black seems very solid. Looks like black is the one trying to win this. Yeah, and yeah, Erwin has been doing a great job maintaining the pressure going. But then eventually it looks like black pieces began to go backwards, and that's not what you want to do once you sacrifice material. And Erwin was able to find ways to get himself out of the danger zone and transpose into the equal endgame. Though here bishop d3 was a must to make sure that you can begin to annoy these pawns, right? So something like this, rook b2, rook b4, probably just kind of solidifying the position and maintaining the pressure against b3. Didn't find it, which resulted in white just getting into a winning pawn endgame, as supposedly black cannot really take on f5 as king. I guess king f3 happens, right? Or what happens here? Here, b4, I guess. Takes, here, here, right? Yeah. And the fact that the unfortunate point is that if g4, white gets to take on g4 with a check. So I guess this is why we saw Erwin trying to avoid capturing the pawn on f5. This is kind of crazy, right? So this is why black cannot take on f5, because if they do, then white gets to promote and black gets checked, because the only way for black to promote is to play g4. So king g7, yeah, very unfortunate turn of events for Erwin, and here he resigned in face of Zugzwang after c4. So king goes away, white picks up both pawns. It was an easy win. Well, really bad news for the Dutch team. So here, at least, Benjamin Bok seems to be doing quite well against Bahadur Jabala, having an extra piece in the endgame. This should be a simple win for Benjamin, and it's all going to come down to Anish and his ability to win this position here. Mikhail Machedvashvili's game decides it all. It looks like if white survives here, Georgian team will be winning the match. If Anish manages to convert, the match is gonna be a draw. So Anish's game is very important. Let's see if he can manage to save his team from this unexpected loss. The German team is still pressing, even though they already have a massive advantage, having won both games on board 3 and 4. Draws are pretty much guaranteed, but still, German players are trying to win, because in the end of the day, every individual point may matter and may decide potentially the who is higher placed on the standings. Here we see Michael Adams beating his Lithuanian opponent with black pieces. Good job, Michael. I've tried this find myself with white. Unfortunately, there's nothing to really to play for as white, especially if black knows what's going on. It looks like in this game, Michael Adams was just simply better prepared than his opponent, having correctly gone for the position where he's down in exchange, and then king f2, a very logical looking move. Appeared to be one of the decisive mistakes, though. The game got kind of crazy. And the fact that Michael Adams' opponent didn't have enough time to figure out what in the world is going on allowed Michael to eventually outsmart white, and the game promptly ended. So as long as this game doesn't end in black's favor, England will be winning the match, as they are currently leading by 1 point. So at this point, all David Howell needs to do is to secure a draw for his team, although he's probably trying to win this, looking at how white has a passer on the b file. Yeah, white is currently down a pawn, but if anything, white can always just take on c4 and be safe. Okay. And here we have a critical game of Azerbaijan versus Italy match, where Nijat Abbasov is fighting against Lorenzo Lodici. Position looks fairly normal, but currently white is up a pawn, though it's a closed structure. That g pawn is the extra pawn in white's position, and it's hard to get it moving, right? Black also has a couple of different ways to prevent it from getting pushed up, and it's going to be tough to win. Definitely, Nijat is the one who is trying to win this, but chances are this will still end in a draw. How is Magnus's team doing right now? So we're slowly getting there. Oops. Or maybe we have already skipped them. I think we've skipped them, yeah. Magnus won. Magnus won his game against Liem Kwang. Won with black. But unfortunately for Norway, their board 3 lost as black. So right here, Grandmaster Ariantari has likely overestimated his initiative and ended up losing. So right now we are currently looking at games on boards 2 and boards 4, which are approximately equal. This game is way more likely to be to end, you know, in a draw than this one, in my opinion, because here, yeah, we see some new development where Frode Orkidal is trying to you know, got enough willpower to try and go for the pawn advance on the queen side, but it's a double-edged sword once again, because if you overpress as either white or black, it's rather easy to lose this, as both kings are quite unsafe. So that's kind of a tricky thing about this playing this position for both players, is because there's always something going on both sides. White is threatening queen h3, black is potentially threatening maybe bringing the bishop over. Right now, white's king is way safer than black's, so I would say that that's good news for Orkidal. But still, you know, if he just pushes his pawns way too far up, there's going to be some repercussions. He is down on time, so definitely he's the one trying, but he's down on time, so we may end up seeing some potential problems here for white. It looks like queen h3 actually doesn't really have any serious threat. Like I'm looking at queen h3, it doesn't have any follow-up. Queen h3, sorry, queen h7, black will just go king f6 or even king f8, and then if king f6, rook f1 check, there's bishop f4 covering the king. So white really never threatens to checkmate black, and that actually makes me believe that this position is completely fine for black, because now as white has pushed his pawns to, you know, to a3 and b4, those have potential of becoming targets since they are now on dark squares. So this is still anyone's game. The ancient believes that both games on board 2 and 4 are currently about even, but I would take black here because I have more time and it's unclear how much is too much when it comes to pushing the pawns on the queen side, and white will definitely keep going, judging by how they have been playing so far. We call this team 1-3. Why? Because only Magnus scores? What? Okay. Oops. Keep forgetting that I shouldn't be scrolling the page itself. Okay, what's what's going on here? How did now there's this meme of you know, just 4 panels, and basically the caption says, do you ever look at things and wonder how did it get there? And then the first panel has like a car on a tree. Like, how the heck did the car end on a tree? And the second panel is like a horse in between 2 bars. Like, how the heck can a horse get in between 2 bars? Because the horse is like, you know, wide and 2 bars are, you know, 5 times, you know, narrower than the width of the horse. So it should be physically impossible for the horse to go in between the 2 bars, but it's in there, you know. And then like panel 3 is something like, you know, like some other thing, and then panel number 4 is going to be this position with black's bishop on h2. You ever look at the position and wonder how the heck did the piece get there? So here we have a bishop on h2, ladies and gentlemen. Things that should never be where they are, part 1. Bishop on h2. Yeah, bishop g2, that's what I thought. Now, black should never ever take, because that's just ends the poor bishop suffering on the spot. I think what we are most likely to see is this move bishop f5, because now after, let's say, bishop f3, bishop h3, black is lost. Let's be real. Black is completely lost. So this feels like black's only chance to save the poor h2 bishop from dying to the king, right? Just covering the g2. While doing so, black is going to end up losing every pawn they own. So I think that's probably how the game is going to end. But that's a pretty nice, pretty solid conclusion. Ivanchuk has mate in 5. All right, let's take a look. Ivanchuk has mate in 5. Makes sense. So I guess just check, or maybe g3 first. Either way, but the queen together with the king is no, wait. No, this is just, what am I saying? We don't need any of that. Just, oh wait, no, no. The f6 is hanging. How to Not Win 101 by Illia Nyzhnyk. Should write a book. No, okay, let's just make a good move. Let's just play g3, let's say. And then we're threatening queen a1, we're threatening to take, we're just threatening a bunch of things. If white takes, we have checkmate like so. Yeah. Okay, so looks like a Ukrainian team will be winning this match, especially with Volodymyr Onyshchuk's victory over here. So looks like that's exactly what's happening. Though after bishop g2, bishop g6, bishop f3, not quite sure how black was hoping to keep the bishop alive. This looks like the game is over now, as king g2 is coming in, and the bishop is dead. Denmark versus Spain. Interesting developments. David Anton Guiaro has lost his game with white. I guess he tried too hard. He did not succeed. c5 was a bit too much. Yeah, probably missed the nice breakthrough with e5. And now as black managed to play e5, giving his pieces more space, white doesn't really have much to hope for. Although, yeah, once again, this position shouldn't really be lost for white, I would say. It was probably, actually, no, I think white actually got outplayed. I was surprised to, I was kind of thinking something else, but I'm surprised to see this white actually just plain and simple got outplayed and lost fair and square. But then that was a board 1 win for Denmark. But then Alan Pichot of the Team Spain had a strong answer with his own victory on board 3 against Denmark's Thibaut Jesper. Very cool game. Looks like white is slowly but surely creeping in, taking more and more space. And then, and then the exchange sacrifice, which should have actually been followed by some more sacrifices, I feel. But we don't want to do too many sacrifices if we don't have to. Position has gotten tricky, but the final mistake in the time trouble was made by Thibaut, who then promptly lost the game after the time control. Nice. So now we are in this game of on board 4, where clearly, most definitely, Spanish player Santosh Salatasa James will be winning, and we might even get to see knight and bishop versus the king endgame. Who is excited? Are you guys excited? Brazil match, please. Sure. I don't think Brazil's match is on first page. It should probably be on the second page. Here it is. We have a bunch of draws and then a win for Brazil on board 4, which is a massive upset. Whoa. Brazil having fielded the FIDE Master on board 4, so there was probably like a 200-point difference. No, this is the fake FIDE Master. Their rating is 25. No, it isn't. The rating is 2364, so there was about a 150-point difference. And yet, a player with white pieces managed to prevail against a much stronger opponent, playing advanced Carol and going for some tricky stuff. Where if black goes all the way to a4, now all of a sudden the knight wants to be on c3 very, very much, because from c3 it's going to be quite annoying to the a4 pawn. So here we see the Valle Cardoso Lucas showing amazing position understanding, most likely combined with some solid opening prep to give him a steady advantage out of the opening, which he then was, though with some hiccups as we can see, but still he was able to convert this advantage slowly. Almost screwing it up. Yeah, as we can see, extra pawn in this endgame led to him almost screwing up, but then fortunately for him, a massive blunder by his opponent saw him winning a second pawn, making it close to impossible for black to defend himself, being down 2 pawns, and the position is now has an open character, so the game just ends. Though a lot of precision still was required, which the Valle Cardoso showed quite well. Well done by the Brazilian team, beating a much stronger opponent. Great result. Yeah, Ukraine's time management. Yep, very well done by the Ukrainian players. Playing fast, playing accurate. Onyshchuk is a boomer, but which Onyshchuk? Because there is a Volodymyr Onyshchuk that's young. Which Onyshchuk have they feuded? Like I don't really know. Unfortunately, we can't. Like we can't see the cameras for that match. As for actually, maybe we can. Wait, why can't we? Let's go ahead and take a look. I'm sure we can. It's gonna take a while, probably. It should appear anytime now. Come on. Okay, well, they're all done. Hiya! Okay, yeah, both Vasily and Volodymyr have won their games, and so Ukraine did win the match 3-1. I was trying to see which Onyshchuk that was, because as far as I remember, there was 2 Volodymyr Onyshchuks from 2 different Ukrainian cities. I am aware, you know, I know both of them, but love outstanding Lichess. Wow, so nice. As I was saying, OBS. I was asking people in the chat that are now not there because of what you've done. But as I was asking, no, apparently OBS just felt like it would be a good thing to give it another refresher before we're done in the next 10 minutes. So as I was saying, I would be glad to accept final game requests from you guys in the chat. And once again, many apologies for this. It's gotten completely out of hand today. I wish I had time to do research, but my schedule is so busy that the only time I can do this is like maybe for an hour between my my lessons, and then late at night, which is not ideal, as I yesterday I went to bed at like 10 p.m. just trying to catch a good night's sleep. 1991, yeah, there you go. See, so that's a younger Onyshchuk. Yeah. Is Norway out? Norway is actually one of the more interesting matches out there. It's quite unclear what's going on, because this board is just essentially just equal with a very high likeliness of a draw, but then there is this game also, which is not as clear. It is clear that white is the one trying to win this, or the position is equal, but white is demonstrating way more aggression with their pawns going up quite nicely. But once again, it's anyone's game. If white just overpresses a little bit, chances are that they will lose this game. Yeah, this is why you see the Norway player kind of trying to take it easy, moving back and forth, and trying to have a perfect setup to make the piece push possible. Bishop e3 now is possible, but the thing is that that black bishop was already on e3 a couple of times. It was on d4, it was on g5, it was on f6. It was like it was like all over the place. And the thing is that it doesn't actually really do black any good wherever it is. So it would likely be moved to e3 once white plays a4. Like if white tries really hard to play a4, then chances are the bishop will get transferred to c5. But as of right now, it doesn't really do much on any of these squares, except for maybe helping black hold against any potential attack on the h-file. Yeah, your plan is rook h3, queen c4, and push pawns. Yeah, that's what yeah. This plan has been available to white for a while now, but I guess if rook h3, you might be running into queen g1, and there might be some checks from behind. So you would have to like rearrange your queen over to c2 just to cover everything, and then that's where black will play bishop e3, and then if you do end up playing a4, there will be bishop c5. So it's hard to make it work. That's why the engine shows relative equality. Okay, well, black is getting kind of fancy with queen c5 here. Obviously, this doesn't make much of a difference where the queen is, I believe, since black doesn't really have any threats. But you know, kind of getting a little fancy out there. Maybe there is something like bishop c1 available now. Also, bishop c1, once again, white can always just go queen c4. If no, that's not true. If bishop c1, queen c4, there's queen e3, and then there's a whole bunch of attacks. Yeah. So yeah, you see, there are ways to go wrong. There are ways to trick your opponent, but all in all, I think it's very likely that both players will probably take it easy and just make a draw. And this position is just a draw. Nobody can make progress. Black has been trying. I'm sure black has had his eye on this rook d2 idea, but anytime black tries to play rook d2, there might be some problems with the g6 pawn. So definitely not an easy task to win this as black. Well, Norway, let's see, how is Norway doing in terms of point scoring? Norway is not doing all that great, is it? it has 11 points out of 14 possible. So with this draw, it will have 12, and India, in comparison, will have 16. So India will have, it will be physically impossible for Norway to catch up with India, especially because the tiebreak of the Indian team is through the roof. So for Norway to catch up to India, India would have to lose every single match from now on, and Norway would have to win every single match from now on. And even then, India would still score higher than Norway because of India's superior tiebreak. So yeah, in terms of winning the event, Norway is out. So in order to have any chance of winning this event, Norway has to win this match, which is likely not happening, as we can see. What's the rule to have Team B? Is this home team privilege? Yeah, that's correct. I'm pretty sure that Hungary actually has more than 2 teams. Hungary likely has Team A, B, and C at least, if not more. So going back to this game, yeah, we're just looking at a bunch of shuffling, right? Essentially, nothing is happening. Both teams are shuffling. I feel like we might just see a draw here. And if we see this game ending in a draw, then almost definitely this will end in a draw as well. Okay, so Benjamin Bok has already won his game against Bahadur Jabava, and we have seen the game near its finale here in the end game, and it looks like White is just promoting the pawns because the white piece is way too strong. So now it's all up to Anish Giri, and it looks like Anish has managed to find a way to break through, as he managed to trade on the h-file, and here capture king h2. The queen will eventually infiltrate through the left side here. Looking good for Anish. With this victory, Anish will give his team a tie in the match, which just like Norway having to beat Netherlands, being unable to catch up to India anymore because they are in pretty much the same spot where they have to. Oh, actually, Netherlands is in an even worse spot because Netherlands was 1 point behind Norway. So now Netherlands, with tying this match, they physically cannot catch up to India. That's crazy. And India already having played Iran, Hungary, I guess Armenia probably also, and United States. I don't think so, right? Have US played India yet? No, they haven't. So I think US will be the one facing off. No, yes, because Armenia has just lost to Hungary, so they're gonna be out. Serbia, it could be either Serbia or US playing against India next. But regardless, India is going to be the full match point ahead of whoever is going to be facing during the next game, during the next round, which once again is just insane to me. FIDE never will set an Olympiad in India, but they already did. they did. It was in Chennai in 2022. Pretty sure India would have won gold if they didn't have Team B. That's a funny idea, but yeah, I can kind of see that. Okay, on this note, once again, thank you everybody for joining and bearing through it with me today, through all the technical issues and my stream disconnecting and reconnecting like multiple times. I will do everything I can to make sure this doesn't happen, but it's one of those cases where it's probably not up to me, and it's just that my laptop is is refusing to work the way it should be. But nevertheless, I hope you guys enjoyed the games as much as I did today. It was fantastic seeing India dominating the open section again. I hope you guys keep following the Olympiad, and yeah, don't forget to subscribe and follow if you haven't done so already. There's also, Lichess also has its own YouTube channel, so make sure you follow the link that you see in the chat right now and subscribe to their YouTube channel, as there's going to be a lot of streams and videos that you can find there in the future. With that said, I'm checking out. Have a good rest of your day, guys. Take care. Peace.